Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The salt-laced wind, sharp as shattered glass, was the first thing Julian registered about Oakhaven. It bit at his exposed skin, carrying the cloying scent of brine, decaying seaweed, and something else, something faintly metallic, almost sweet, that made the hairs on his arms prickle. The village itself was a jumble of gray stone cottages, huddled together as if for warmth against the perpetual onslaught of the North Atlantic, nestled in a jagged crescent of a bay. Above, slate-gray cliffs, streaked with guano and vibrant, tenacious moss, clawed at a sky the color of a day-old bruise. Mist clung to everything, a sentient shroud that swallowed sound and blurred AIDGs. Julian shivered, pulling his worn tweed jacket tighter. He was a man adrift, a former lecturer in folklore, whose controversial theories on pre-Christian coastal communes had seen him gently but firmly ushered out of academia. Oakhaven, unlisted on most modern maps, and spoken of only in hushed, dismissive whispers by the inhabitants of the nearest mainland town. A good 2-hour ferry ride away, weather permitting, was his last, desperate gamble. If he could document their supposedly unbroken traditions, their isolation, he might just salvage his reputation. His rented Jeep, already groaning from the poorly maintained track that served as Oakhaven's only land link, finally sputtered to a halt before a slightly larger 2-story building. A faded sign, creaking on rusted hinges, proclaimed it the Sea Witch Inn. It looked less like an inn and more like a barnacle, clinging stubbornly to a rock. The door opened with a reluctant groan, revealing a woman whose age was impossible to guess. Her face was a roadmap of wrinkles, her eyes the pale, washed-out blue of a winter sea. She wore a simple, dark dress, and her gray hair was pulled back in a severe bun. "Mr. Vance, I presume?" Her voice was low, surprisingly steady, with an accent he couldn't quite place. Old, like pebbles smoothed by centuries. "Of tides. Julian Vance, yes. You must be Mrs. Albright." "I am. Come in. The damp gets in your bones out here." The interior was dark, smelling of wood smoke, old beer, and that same unsettling Swedish undertone he'd noticed outside. A handful of silent, weathered men sat at rough-hewn tables, nursing dark ale. They glanced at him, their expressions unreadable, then returned to their drinks. There was no welcome in their eyes, only a flat, incurious assessment. "Your room's ready," Mrs. Albright said, leading him up a narrow, creaking staircase. "Supper's at 7, mostly fish." His room was small, clean but Spartan. A narrow bed, a rickety wardrobe, a washstand with a chipped porcelain basin. The single window looked out onto the churning gray sea. As he unpacked his meager belongings, notebooks, a camera, a couple of changes of clothes, Julian felt a profound sense of isolation settle over him. It was precisely what he'd sought, yet it was already more oppressive than he'd anticipated. That evening, supper was indeed fish, a pale, flaky sort he didn't recognize, served with a lump of dense, dark bread. The conversation in the common room was sparse, consisting of monosyllabic exchanges between the locals, their voices barely rising above the constant moan of the wind outside. Julian tried to engage Mrs. Albright. "This village, it's quite remarkable. How long has it been here?" She paused in wiping down the counter. "Oakhaven has always been here." "Always?" He pressed gently, There must be records, archives. A thin smile touched her lips, not reaching her eyes. We don't hold much with paper, Mr. Vance. Our history is in the stones, in the tides. One of the older men at a nearby table, his face like a weathered piece of driftwood, grunted. The sea remembers everything. Julian felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft from under the door. Over the next few days, Julian attempted to explore. He found Oakhaven to be a closed book, its pages stuck together with salt and suspicion. The villagers were polite, in a distant, almost ritualistic way, but his questions about their history, their traditions, were met with evasions, cryptic answers, or simply silence. The children, when he saw them, were unnervingly quiet, their eyes wide and watchful, like small, wild creatures. They never played, not in any way he recognized. He once saw a group of them standing in a circle on the shingle beach, silently staring out at the heaving gray water, their small hands linked. He tried to find a local archive, a library, even a church. There was none. The only communal building, apart from the inn, was a low, windowless stone structure near the cliff edge, its door firmly locked. When he asked Mrs. Albright about it, she merely said, "That's the quiet house, for contemplation." His research, he realized, would have to be observational, supplemented by whatever scraps he could glean. He took photographs of the strange, intricate carvings that adorned some of the older cottages, not sailors' knots or anchors, but swirling, abstract patterns that sometimes resolved themselves into unsettling, almost bioluminescent shapes, like creatures from the deepest trenches. He noted the small, woven effigies, made of dried reeds, and what looked disturbingly like human hair, tucked into crevices in the seawall or hanging from the skeletal branches of the few wind-blasted trees. The anachronistic nature of the place was jarring. There were no televisions, no radios that he could see, certainly no internet. His mobile phone had lost its signal the moment the ferry had cleared the mainland harbor. It was as if Oakhaven existed in a pocket of time, deliberately severed from the modern world. One blustery afternoon, Julian decided to walk the cliff path that led north out of the village. The track was narrow and treacherous, with the sea roaring hundreds of feet below. The mist was particularly thick, swirling around him, reducing visibility to a few yards. It was then he heard it, a sound carried on the wind, faint but distinct, a rhythmic chanting. Curiosity overriding caution, he pressed on, moving slowly. The path dipped, and through a momentary thinning of the mist, he saw them. Below, on a secluded black sand beach accessible only by a steep, winding track he hadn't noticed before, stood a dozen or so villagers. They were cloaked and hooded, their backs to him, facing a dark, gaping maw in the cliffside, a sea cave into which the waves surged with furious power. They were chanting in a language he didn't recognize, guttural and sibilant. As he watched, his blood running cold, two of the figures detached themselves from the group, dragging something between them. It was large, oblong, wrapped in what looked like oilskins or sailcloth. They carried it to the edge of the churning water before the cave mouth. With a final ululating cry from the assembled group, they heaved their burden into the sea. It was snatched by a powerful wave and sucked into the darkness of the cave. Julian didn't wait to see more. He scrambled back the way he came, his heart hammering against his ribs. The object had been roughly human-sized. Back at the inn, he tried to appear casual, but his hands were shaking. "Mrs. Albright," he began, his voice a little too high. "I was walking north along the cliffs. I saw some of the villagers on a beach. It looked like some sort of ceremony." Her pale eyes fixed on him, unwavering. "The tides are strong today, Mr. Vance. We make offerings to ensure safe passage for our fishermen and a bountiful catch." "Offerings?" he repeated, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. "What sort of offerings?" "Things the sea provides," she said smoothly, "and things the sea demands in return. It's an old custom. Best not to dwell on it." Her gaze held a warning, subtle but unmistakable. That night, sleep eluded him. The image of that shrouded burden being swallowed by the black water played over and over in his mind. Things the sea demands. What did that mean? He thought of the village's strange prosperity. The fishing boats always seemed to return, laden, despite the treacherous waters. The houses, though old, were well maintained. There was no sign of poverty. Was this the price? The next morning, Julian decided he needed to look inside the quiet house. His academic curiosity had morphed into something more primal, a gnawing dread mixed with a desperate need for answers. He waited until he was sure most of the men were out on their boats, and Mrs. Albright was occupied in the inn's kitchen. The lock on the quiet house door was old, but sturdy. He'd anticipated this, however, bringing a small set of lockpicks he'd acquired during a youthful, misspent period. His fingers, clumsy with cold and nerves, fumbled with the mechanism. After several tense minutes, he heard a satisfying click. He pushed the heavy oak door inward, into Stygian blackness. The air that billowed out was cold, stale, and carried that same faint, sweet metallic odor, stronger here, mingled with the scent of brine and something else. Something that smelled like old blood. He fumbled for the small flashlight on his keychain. Its weak beam cut a swathe through the oppressive darkness, revealing a single circular room. The walls were bare stone, glistening with damp. There were no windows, no furniture, save for a single, large flat stone slab in the center of the room, like an altar. It was what was on the walls that made him gasp, his breath catching in his throat. They were covered, from floor to ceiling, with carvings. Not the abstract patterns he'd seen outside, but depictions. Horrific, intricate depictions. Stick-like human figures, their faces contorted in terror or ecstasy, were shown being dragged into dark waters by immense, tentacled forms. Other carvings showed villagers offering up their children to these shadowy behemoths. There were scenes of ritual, of sacrifice, of a grotesque symbiosis between the human and the inhuman. The artistry was crude but chillingly effective, conveying a sense of ancient, unwavering devotion to unspeakable horrors. And the dates. Carved beneath many of the scenes were dates going back centuries. Some were almost worn smooth by time. He recognized the runic script from his studies, early Norse. This village, this cult, was far older than he could have imagined. His light fell upon a newer section of carvings, the stone still relatively fresh. One depicted a figure that looked unsettlingly like him, a man with a notebook and camera, being surrounded by shadowy villagers, their faces indistinct but menacing. Below it, a date was freshly chiseled, the next new moon, less than a week away. A sound from outside, a footstep on the gravel path, made him jump. He clicked off his flashlight, his heart pounding, and slipped out of the quiet house, carefully relocking the door. He'd seen enough. He had to get out of Oak Haven. He hurried back to the inn. his mind reeling. He'd tell Mrs. Albright he was cutting his trip short, a family emergency. He'd pack his bag, get to his Jeep. When he reached the spot where he'd parked the vehicle, he stopped dead. All 4 tires were flat, slashed with brutal precision. He spun around, a wild, trapped feeling rising in his chest. Standing in the doorway of the inn, watching him with her pale, unblinking eyes, was Mrs. Albright. A slight, knowing smile played on her lips. "Problem with your vehicle, Mr. Vance?" she asked, her voice soft as the grave. "My tires. They're slashed." "Oh dear," she said, without a trace of surprise. "The road can be rough. Jebediah, our smith, he might be able to patch them. But parts take a long time to get to Oakhaven. Weeks, sometimes. Weeks. The new moon was in 6 days." "The ferry?" Julian asked, his voice hoarse. Mrs. Albright shook her head slowly. "The harbor master sent word this morning. A sudden squall damaged the pier on the mainland side. No ferries until it's repaired." Such a shame. He was trapped. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. Every escape route was cut off. The villagers, with their quiet smiles and watchful eyes, had him. He was a fly caught in a very old, very patient web. Panic gave way to a cold, calculating fear. He couldn't show them he knew. He had to play along, look for another way. But as he forced a weak smile and muttered something about finding Jebediah, he saw the flat, triumphant certainty in Mrs. Albright's eyes. She knew he knew, and it didn't matter. The next few days were a torment of mounting dread. Julian feigned continued research, wandering the village with his camera, forcing polite conversation. But now, every gesture, every word from the villagers, seemed laden with sinister meaning. The way they watched him, the slight tilt of their heads, the shared knowing glances. They were like wolves, patiently circling their prey. He noticed more of the small woven effigies appearing, closer to the inn now, some even tucked into the crevices of the stone steps leading to his room. One morning, he found a small, crudely carved wooden fish on his windowsill, its eyes made of tiny glittering beads that seemed to follow him. A gift or a threat? His attempts to find an ally were futile. He tried to speak to a younger woman, Sarah, who worked in the inn's kitchen, and sometimes seemed to look at him with a flicker of something other than cold indifference. "Sarah," he said, catching her alone for a moment. "This place, it's not normal, is it? The things that happen here." Her eyes widened, not with surprise, but with stark terror. She cast a frantic look over her shoulder, then pressed a finger to her lips, her face pale. Before she could speak, Mrs. Albright appeared as if from nowhere. "Sarah, dear, the potatoes need peeling. Mr. Vance, are you enjoying your stay?" The question was a silken threat. Sarah scurried away, and Julian knew he'd gained nothing but possibly endangered her. Sleep became a luxury he could rarely afford. When he did drift off, his dreams were filled with monstrous, tentacled shapes, rising from black water and the sound of guttural chanting. He started to hoard the biscuits and dried fruit he'd brought with him, increasingly suspicious of the food served at the inn. The fish, in particular, now seemed to have a faint, oily sheen, and the metallic sweetness he'd noticed in the air seemed to cling to it. He imagined it was somehow tainted by the sea, by whatever dwelled in its lightless depths. He spent hours poring over his notes from the quiet house, trying to decipher the patterns, the prophecies. The carving spoke of a cycle, of a great reaping that occurred every few generations, and smaller annual tithes. The new moon offering he'd witnessed was clearly a tithe, but the carving depicting him, it felt more significant, more ominous. Was he to be part of something larger? Desperation gnawed at him. He considered trying to steal one of the fishing boats, but he was no sailor, and the sea around Oakhaven was notoriously treacherous, a maelstrom of hidden rocks and unpredictable currents. Besides, he was watched, always watched. One evening, 3 days before the new moon, he returned to his room to find the door slightly ajar. He pushed it open cautiously. Nothing seemed out of place until he noticed his locked suitcase, the one containing his research notes, his camera, and his only link to the outside world, his useless mobile phone, was gone. He searched the room frantically, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. It wasn't there. They'd taken it. They were stripping him bare, isolating him completely. He confronted Mrs. Albright, his voice tight with barely suppressed fury. "My suitcase is missing from my room." She looked up from her knitting, her expression one of mild surprise. "Oh dear. Are you sure you didn't misplace it, Mr. Vance? Things have a way of shifting in old houses." It was locked. Someone took it. Now why would anyone in Oakhaven do such a thing? She murmured, her needles clicking softly. "We're simple folk here. We have no need for outsiders' trinkets." Her calm, patronizing denial was more infuriating than any outright threat. He knew then that appealing to reason, to any sense of normalcy, was pointless. He was dealing with a collective mind, a hive dedicated to a singular, monstrous purpose. The day before the new moon dawned gray and oppressive. A thick, wet fog rolled in from the sea, blanketing Oakhaven in an almost impenetrable gloom. The air was heavy, charged with an electric tension. The villagers moved with a new sense of purpose, their faces grimly expectant. Julian saw them, carrying bundles of dried reeds, lengths of thick rope, and what looked like ceremonial garb towards the quiet house. He knew, with a sickening certainty, that tonight was the night. His night. He had to try something, anything. His only hope was the cliff path, the one he'd taken when he'd first witnessed the offering. If he could get out of the village, follow the coast, maybe, just maybe, he could find another way to the mainland, or at least a place to hide. He waited until dusk, when the fog was at its thickest, and the villagers seemed preoccupied with their preparations. He slipped out of the inn, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He carried nothing but the small, sharp penknife he always kept in his pocket. It wasn't much, but it was something. The village was eerily quiet. He could hear the distant, rhythmic throb of a drum coming from the direction of the quiet house. He crept through the narrow alleyways, keeping to the shadows, expecting at any moment to feel a hand on his shoulder, to hear a soft, knowing voice. He reached the outskirts of the village, the start of the cliff path. The fog was so dense here he could barely see his own feet. The path was slick with moisture, treacherous. He moved slowly, carefully, every sense straining. The roar of the sea below was a constant, hungry presence. He'd gone perhaps half a mile when he heard it. A low whistle, answered by another, further ahead. They knew he was gone. They were searching for him. Panic spurred him on. He quickened his pace, stumbling on loose stones, his breath rasping in his throat. The fog swirled around him, creating ghostly, indistinct shapes, He imagined faces in the mist, reaching hands. Suddenly, a figure loomed out of the fog directly in front of him. It was Jebediah, the hulking smith, his face set in a grim mask. In his hand, he carried a heavy iron-tipped fishing gaff. Julian didn't hesitate. He feinted to his left, then darted right, scrambling off the path and onto the steep, heather-covered slope that led down towards the churning sea. He heard Jebediah grunt in surprise, then the sound of him lumbering in pursuit. The Nan slope was dangerously steep, loose scree giving way beneath his feet. He slid and tumbled, rocks tearing at his clothes and skin. He could hear Jebediah above him, cursing. Then, more voices, closing in from either side along the cliff path. They were trying to cut him off. He had no choice but to keep going down, towards the jagged rocks and the furious waves. He saw a narrow inlet, a place where the cliffs receded slightly, forming a small, treacherous cove. If he could reach it, he might find cover. He half slid, half fell the last 20 feet, landing heavily on a bed of sharp, barnacle-encrusted rocks. Pain shot through his ankle, but adrenaline masked the worst of it. He was at sea level now, the waves crashing only yards away, sending plumes of icy spray over him. He looked up. Silhouetted against the murky sky, figures were appearing at the cliff edge above him. They weren't even trying to descend. They were just watching, waiting. Then he saw it. A narrow opening in the cliff face, almost hidden by a curtain of seaweed, barely visible in the gloom. A small sea cave, not the large ceremonial one, but a possible refuge. He scrambled towards it, his ankle screaming in protest. The tide was coming in, the waves surging higher, soaking him to the bone. He reached the cave mouth and plunged inside, into utter blackness. The cave was no more than a narrow fissure, barely wide enough for him to stand. The air was thick with the smell of brine and something else. That sickly, sweet, metallic odor, stronger than ever. The sound of the waves outside was deafening, amplified by the enclosed space. He fumbled for his penknife, holding it out in front of him, though he knew it would be useless against whatever came. He could hear them now, outside the cave, there, voices indistinct above the roar of the sea. They weren't coming in. Why? Then he understood. The tide. The cave was flooding. Water was already swirling around his ankles, rising rapidly. They didn't need to come in. The sea would do their work for them. This wasn't a refuge. It was a trap. He tried to push his way back out, but the entrance was now a torrent of white water, impossible to fight against. The water level rose, with terrifying speed, to his knees, his waist, his chest. He was gasping for air, the icy water stealing his breath. And then he felt it. Something brushed against his leg. Something cold, slick, and yielding. He cried out, a strangled yelp, swallowed by the roar of the waves. Another touch, on his arm this time. Not a fish, not seaweed. It was tendrils, thin, questing tendrils, wrapping around his limbs, pulling him deeper into the cave, away from the entrance, into the Stygian blackness where the water met the roof. He thrashed, fought, but they were too strong, too numerous. He felt a horrifying pressure, a suction, as if the very rock around him was alive, drawing him in. The sweet metallic scent was overpowering now, filling his nostrils, his lungs. His head was forced under. He saw, in a final, terrifying flash before the darkness claimed him, not a single creature, but a pulsating phosphorescent mass adhering to the walls and roof of the inner cave. A colonial organism of some kind, its myriad tendrils reaching, grasping, feeding. It was the source of the smell, the source of Oakhaven's dark bounty. It was what the sea demanded. He was not an offering for the new moon, not in the way he'd imagined. He was simply sustenance, an unexpected morsel, delivered by the tide. The water closed over his head. The last thing Julian Vance knew was the crushing embrace of the deep and the overwhelming, cloying sweetness of Oakhaven's ancient, hungry god. Weeks later, a Coast Guard cutter, investigating reports of a long-overdue rented jeep, finally made its way to Oakhaven. They found a quiet, unremarkable fishing village. The Seawitch Inn was neat and tidy. Its proprietor, a pleasant elderly woman named Mrs. Albright, expressing mild concern over her missing guest. "Mr. Vance?" she'd said, her pale blue eyes clear and guileless. "Oh yes, the writer. He left rather suddenly, said he had urgent business on the mainland, took one of the fishing charters, I believe, didn't even say a proper goodbye." The jeep was found abandoned, its tires indeed flat. The locals shrugged. "Rough roads, sir. Happens all the time." The quiet house was locked. When asked, Mrs. Albright explained it was an old meeting hall, rarely used. There were no strange carvings, no hint of anything untoward. The small sea cave Julian had stumbled into was scoured, clean by the relentless tides, its entrance choked with fresh rockfall, as if the cliff itself had sealed its secret. The larger ceremonial cave further up the coast was just a cave, empty, save for the echoing roar of the waves. No trace of Julian Vance was ever found. He became another statistic, another soul lost to the unforgiving sea. Oakhaven continued as it always had, nestled in its misty bay, a place out of time. The fishing boats went out, and they returned, always laden. The villagers lived their quiet, isolated lives, their faces unreadable, their traditions unbroken. And sometimes, on the darkest nights, when the wind moaned through the eaves and the tide surged high, a faint, sweet, metallic scent would drift from the cliffs, a reminder of the bargain struck and the price perpetually paid to the quiet, hungry things that dwelled in the deep places of the earth, patiently waiting for the sea to deliver. The sea, after all, remembers everything, and it always collects its due. The insistent drumming of rain against the ferry's grimy porthole was a miserable percussion, accompanying Eleanor Vance's equally miserable thoughts. Each thud of the vessel against the choppy gray waves felt like another step into the unknown, a journey her rational mind screamed was a fool's errand. Yet, here she was, a journalist chasing not a story, but the ghost of her estranged older brother, Julian. Julian, the academic dreamer, the folklorist whose theories had drifted from eccentric to unemployable. His last few scattered, increasingly, unhinged letters had spoken of Oakhaven, a place supposedly untouched by time, a living relic. Then silence. The official report was sparse. Mr. Vance had apparently chartered a local fishing boat from Oakhaven to the mainland, and simply vanished. No note, no trace. The local constabulary on the mainland, a single overworked sergeant, had filed it under misadventure at sea, with a weary sigh. Eleanor, however, couldn't shake the image of Julian, a man who got seasick in a bathtub, blithely chartering a fishing boat in the notoriously treacherous waters of the North Atlantic. It didn't fit. Nothing about Oakhaven, as described in his last desperate missives, sounded like a place one simply left. It sounded like a place that held on to things. The fairy horn blared, a mournful sound swallowed by the mist. Through the rain-streaked glass, Oak Haven slowly materialized, a cluster of stone cottages clinging to a desolate bay, overshadowed by looming, guano-stained cliffs. It was exactly as Julian had described, a bruise on the landscape, sullen and unwelcoming. The air, even before she stepped onto the slick, seaweed-strewn jetty, carried the sharp tang of salt, decay, and something else. A faint, cloyingly, sweet undertone that prickled at the back of her throat. A woman stood at the head of the jetty, seemingly impervious to the driving rain. She was old, her face a cartography of deep-set wrinkles, her eyes the faded blue of a winter sky. A severe gray bun, a dark practical dress. This had to be Mrs. Albright, proprietor of the Sea Witch Inn, the only lodging Julian had mentioned. Miss Vance, I presume? Her voice was low, steady, with an accent Eleanor couldn't quite place, like stone smoothed by centuries of tide. It held no surprise, no particular welcome. Eleanor Vance, you were expecting me? Eleanor pulled her waterproof jacket tighter, trying to project a confidence she didn't feel. Your brother mentioned you might follow if he was delayed. A thin, almost imperceptible smile touched Mrs. Albright's lips. The Sea Witch Inn awaits. Come, before the damp seeps into your spirit. The inn's interior was a study in gloom, smelling of damp wool, stale beer, wood smoke, and that persistent, unsettlingly sweet odor. A few weathered men sat hunched over tankards, their eyes briefly flicking towards Eleanor with dull, incurious appraisal, before returning to their drinks. The silence was heavy, broken only by the moan of the wind and the creak of the building. I've prepared Mr. Vance's old room for you, Mrs. Albright stated, not asked, as she led Eleanor up a narrow, protesting staircase. He left in something of a hurry, you see. Didn't take all his things. The room was small, cold, and meticulously clean. A narrow bed, a rickety wardrobe, a washstand. The single window offered a bleak panorama of the churning gray sea. On the small table, a few of Julian's well-worn paperbacks sat in a neat pile. A deliberate placement, Eleanor felt. A reminder. He really just left? Eleanor asked, her voice carefully neutral. No forwarding address? No message for me? Mrs. Albright paused at the door, her hand on the knob. As I told the mainland police, Miss Vance, your brother spoke of urgent matters. Hired a boat with young Thomas Carrick. Carrick's not returned either. The sea, it's a fickle mistress around Oak Haven. She looked directly at Eleanor then, her pale eyes strangely luminous in the dim light. Sometimes it gives, sometimes it takes. We learn to accept its moods. The explanation felt as thin and worn as the threadbare rug on the floor. Eleanor knew, with a certainty that chilled her deeper than the room's dampness, that Julian had not simply left. The following days settled into a pattern of frustrating inquiry and veiled hostility. Eleanor, armed with her journalist's tenacity and a small, high-resolution camera, attempted to retrace Julian's steps, to understand what had happened in this isolated, anachronistic village. Oak Haven, however, was a fortress of silence. Her questions to the villagers, about Julian, about their traditions, about the eerie quiet that hung over the place, were met with blank stares, monosyllabic grunts, or cryptic, folksy aphorisms that led nowhere. The sea keeps its own counsel, one old fisherman told her, his eyes like chips of flint. Best not to pry into its secrets. The children were the most unsettling. They moved in small, silent groups, their faces pale and serious, their eyes wide and unblinking. They didn't play. They watched. Eleanor once tried to offer one a candy bar. The child simply stared at it, then at her, with an unnerving intensity, before slowly backing away. Mrs. Albright remained a constant, unnervingly placid presence. She served Eleanor her meals, mostly fish, always the same unidentifiable, pale, flaky kind, with an air of solicitous concern that felt suffocating. "You mustn't fret so, Miss Vance," she'd say, refilling Eleanor's teacup. "Your brother was a man of strong ideas. Perhaps he found what he was looking for and moved on." "And what was he looking for, Mrs. Albright?" "Truth, perhaps. Some truths are best left buried, wouldn't you agree? For peace of mind." Her smile never quite reached her eyes. Eleanor photographed everything. The strange, swirling carvings on the doorframes of the older cottages, reminiscent of deep-sea organisms. The small, unsettling effigies woven from reeds and dark, fibrous material, human hair tucked into cracks in the seawall. She documented the complete lack of modern communication. Her satellite phone, brought as a precaution, found no signal, just as Julian's mobile had failed. Oak Haven existed in a self-imposed technological void. One afternoon, she sought out Jebediah, the village smith Julian had mentioned in a brief, troubled note about local enforcers. She found him in his smoky forge at the edge of the village, a mountain of a man with arms like tree trunks and a face that looked hewn from granite. The air in the forge was thick with the scent of hot metal and that same faint, sweet undercurrent. "Mr. Jebediah?" Eleanor began, trying to sound professional. "I'm Julian Vance's sister. I was wondering if you spoke to him before he left?" Jebediah hammered a glowing piece of iron with a deafening clang, sending sparks flying. He didn't look at her. After a long moment, he plunged the iron into a trough of water with a violent hiss. "He asked too many questions," Jebediah rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together. He finally turned, his eyes small and hard in his massive face. "Some doors are best left unopened, mistress. Some paths best left untrodden." He picked up a heavy, iron-tipped fishing gaff, its point wickedly sharp, and ran a thumb along its edge. "The cliffs here are treacherous, easy to lose your footing, especially if you're not watching where you're going." The threat was unmistakable. Eleanor thanked him curtly and left, the smith's cold gaze burning into her back. Her one potential source of information was Sarah, a young woman with haunted eyes who helped Mrs. Albright in the inn's kitchen. Sarah was quiet, almost to the point of invisibility. But Eleanor had caught her looking at her with something that might have been sympathy, or perhaps just shared fear. Eleanor cornered her one morning as Sarah was sweeping the inn's narrow hallway. "Sarah," she whispered. "Julian, my brother. What really happened to him?" Sarah's eyes darted around, wide with terror. She clutched the broom handle so tightly her knuckles were white. "Don't ask," she breathed, her voice barely audible. "Please, it's not safe. For you. For anyone." "What's not safe? Who isn't safe?" Eleanor pressed. "Everyone knows their place here, Miss Vance," Sarah whispered, her gaze fixed on the floorboards. "Everyone contributes. The sea, it provides, but it always demands." Before Eleanor could ask more, Mrs. Albright's voice, sharp as a shard of glass, cut through the quiet. "Sarah, the breakfast dishes won't wash themselves. Miss Vance, can I get you more tea?" Sarah scurried away, leaving Eleanor with a fresh wave of dread and the bitter taste of unanswered questions. The sea demands. Julian had written something similar. Days turned into a week. Eleanor felt the net tightening. The villagers' watchfulness intensified. She found small, disturbing tokens left outside her room. A perfectly preserved crab, claw, a string of dried seaweed knotted in a complex, unfamiliar pattern, a single, black feather. Warnings, or something more sinister? She knew Julian wouldn't have just left his research. He was meticulous, almost obsessive. If he had been forced to leave, or if something had happened to him at the inn, there might be something he'd hidden. She began a systematic, surreptitious search of his room, prying up loose floorboards, checking behind the rickety wardrobe, tapping the walls for hollow spaces. Late one night, by the flickering light of a smuggled candle, the inn's electricity was unreliable and often failed in her room. Her fingers brushed against something tucked deep into a crack in the rough-hewn wooden headboard of the bed. It was a small, oilskin-wrapped package. Her heart hammered. With trembling hands, she unwrapped it. Inside was a tiny, cheap digital voice recorder, Julian's backup, one she'd given him years ago, and a single folded sheet of paper. The note was short, scribbled in Julian's spidery hand, clearly written in haste and terror. They know I know. The quiet house, carvings, sacrifice, the entity in the caves. Albright is their priestess. The new moon. They're watching me. No escape. If you find this, Eleanor, get out. Don't trust anyone. It's real. All of it. The sea, it's hungry. Eleanor's blood ran cold. The quiet house. He'd mentioned it in a letter as a locked, windowless building. She listened to the recorder. The audio quality was poor, muffled, full of static and the sound of wind, but she could make out Julian's panicked breathing, and then a low, guttural chanting, interspersed with what sounded like shrieks. It cut off abruptly. The next morning, Eleanor was a woman transformed. The vague unease had solidified into a cold, hard knot of fear and grim determination. She had to see inside this quiet house. It stood near the cliff edge, a squat, windowless stone structure, its door made of heavy, dark wood, secured by a large, rusty padlock. She'd seen villagers occasionally entering and leaving, always with a furtive, solemn air. She waited until midday, when most of the men were out on their fishing boats, and Mrs. Albright was presumably overseeing lunch preparations at the inn. Using a set of sturdy lockpicks, a skill acquired during an ill-advised phase of investigative journalism into petty crime, she set to work on the ancient lock. It resisted, stiff and corroded, but after several tense minutes it clicked. Open. She pushed the door inward into a suffocating blackness. The air that rushed out was frigid, stale, and thick with that cloying, sweet metallic odor, mingled with the scent of old brine and something else. Something that reminded her of an abattoir. Her powerful flashlight cut through the gloom. The interior was a single circular room, bare stone walls, slick with moisture. In the center, a large flat stone slab, undeniably an altar, and the walls. The beam of her flashlight danced across them, revealing intricate, horrifying carvings. Stretching from floor to ceiling, they were far more detailed, more nightmarish than the abstract swirls on the cottage doors. Human figures, their faces contorted in unimaginable terror or a disturbing, vacant ecstasy, were depicted being dragged into churning black waters by colossal, tentacled monstrosities. Other scenes showed villagers, their faces serene and devout, offering up small, shrouded bundles, children, to these shadowy behemoths from the deep. There were depictions of grotesque rituals, of a vile symbiosis between the human and the inhuman, a pact sealed in blood and brine. Dates were chiseled beneath many of the scenes, some in an archaic script that looked Norse, stretching back centuries. This was no recent cult. This was an ancient, unbroken lineage of horror. Her light fell upon a newer section, the stone still sharp-edged. One carving showed a figure with a notebook and camera, unmistakably Julian, being surrounded by shadowy villagers, their faces indistinct but filled with malevolent intent. Below it, a date, the new moon that had passed nearly 2 months ago. Then, her breath hitched. Next to Julian's depiction, a fresh space had been smoothed on the stone. A few faint charcoal lines sketched the outline of another figure, a woman, holding a camera. A floorboard creaked behind her. Eleanor whirled around, her heart leaping into her throat. Mrs. Albright stood in the doorway, the light from outside silhouetting her face in shadow. She held something in her hand, length of thick, tarred rope. "Curiosity, Miss Vance," Mrs. Albright said, her voice soft, yet carrying the weight of centuries. "It led your brother to his truth, and now it seems it has led you to yours. What did you do to him?" Eleanor's voice was a hoarse whisper, her flashlight beam trembling on the older woman's impassive face. "Julian found his place," Mrs. Albright said. "He became part of the cycle. Oak Haven endures because we honor the old ways. The tithes must be paid. The deep ones must be appeased." Deep ones? Eleanor felt a wave of nausea. The carvings, the smell, Julian's terrified words on the recorder. It was all coalescing into a monstrous, unbelievable reality. "They have always been here," Mrs. Albright continued, stepping further into the quiet house. The door thudded shut behind her, plunging them into near darkness, save for Eleanor's wavering flashlight. Before the village, before the first stone was laid, they are the true inheritors of this coast. We are merely their stewards, their flock. 2 more figures materialized. From the shadows behind Mrs. Albright, Jebediah, his massive frame filling the doorway, and another burly fisherman Eleanor recognized. They moved with a slow, deliberate menace. "You're insane," Eleanor breathed, backing away until her shoulders hit the cold, carved stone wall. This is murder. Human sacrifice." Mrs. Albright chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Such an unimaginative word, murder. We see it as a sacred exchange, a renewal. Your brother understood, in the end. He saw the glory of it. He saw terror. Eleanor spat, brandishing her heavy flashlight like a weapon. "Terror is merely the threshold of awe, my dear," Mrs. Albright said, her eyes glinting. "You were so keen to find a story, Miss Vance. Well, now you are part of one. A very old story. One that will be carved into these walls, for posterity." Eleanor knew then that reasoned argument was futile. These people were not just killers. They were fanatics, steeped in a belief system so ancient and alien it defied modern comprehension. Her only chance was to fight, to escape. She lunged, not at Mrs. Albright, but towards the sliver of space beside Jebediah. The big smith was surprised by her sudden movement, his reaction a fraction too slow. Eleanor slammed the heavy end of her flashlight into his temple with all her strength. Jebediah roared, stumbling back, his hand flying to his head. The other fisherman lunged, but Eleanor was already past him, fumbling for the door handle. It was stuck. Mrs. Albright's voice, now sharp and commanding, cut through the air. "Don't let her leave!" Eleanor wrenched the handle. The door creaked open a few inches. She squeezed through, bursting out into the gray, windswept daylight, gasping for air. She didn't look back. She ran. She ran towards the cliffs, towards the treacherous path Julian must have tried to take. She knew the jeep, even if she could get to it, would be useless. Julian's note about slashed tires echoed in her mind. The ferry was a distant dream. Her only hope was to somehow get off this cursed peninsula, to reach the mainland. The wind tore at her, trying to rip her from the narrow path. The sea roared hundreds of feet below, a hungry maw. She could hear them behind her. Jebediah's enraged bellows, Mrs. Albright's shrill calls. They knew these paths. She didn't. She risked a glance back. Jebediah, blood streaming down his face, was gaining on her, his massive frame moving with surprising speed. Other villagers were emerging from the cottages, spreading out to cut off any escape inland. Panic lent her speed, but the terrain was unforgiving. Loose stones skittered under her feet. She stumbled, catching herself just inches from the precipice. Her lungs burned. Ahead, the path dipped. She remembered Julian's description of a secluded, black sand beach, a sea cave, a place of ritual. Maybe, just maybe, if she could get down there. She saw the narrow, winding track leading down to the beach. It was steep, almost a controlled fall. She plunged down it, sliding on loose scree, scraping her hands and knees. But driven by sheer terror, she reached the black sand, the waves crashing violently nearby. The cave mouth loomed, a dark, gaping maw in the cliffside, the air around it thick with that awful, sweet smell. She had no other choice. She ran towards it, hoping for cover, for some defensible position. As she neared the entrance, she saw them, figures, cloaked and hooded, emerging from the village, moving along the beach towards her, cutting off her retreat. Mrs. Albright was at their head, her face a mask of cold fury. Eleanor scrambled into the mouth of the cave. It was larger than she expected, deeper, sloping downwards into Stygian blackness. The roar of the waves was amplified here, and the sweet, metallic stench was overpowering. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness. The cave floor was slick with slime, littered with bones, animal, and were those human? The walls pulsed, with a faint internal luminescence, revealing intricate vein-like patterns in the rock. And then she saw it. At the back of the cave, where the water pooled deep and black, something moved. It wasn't one thing. It was many. Pale, translucent tendrils, thick as a man's arm, uncoiled from the depths, reaching, questing. They seemed to emanate from a vast, amorphous mass that lay half submerged in the dark water, a being of immense size and impossible geometry, its skin glistening with a sickening, otherworldly sheen. Eyes, countless multifaceted eyes, opened in the gloom, reflecting her flashlight beam with cold, ancient intelligence, the deep one. Julian's final, terrified scrawl. Eleanor screamed, a raw, primal sound of utter horror that was lost in the crashing waves. She turned to flee, but the villagers were already at the cave mouth, blocking her exit. Mrs. Albright stood at the forefront, a strange, carved ceremonial knife in her hand, its obsidian blade gleaming. "Behold, Miss Vance," Mrs. Albright intoned, her voice ringing with religious fervor. "The giver of bounty, the keeper of the tides, you sought a story. Now you shall become a verse in its eternal song." Jebediah, his face contorted with pain and rage, grabbed Eleanor's arm in a crushing grip. She struggled, kicked, bit, but he was too strong. He dragged her, thrashing, towards the edge of the dark pool. "She will make a fine offering," Mrs. Albright declared, raising the knife. "A tithe of spirit and intellect. The deep ones will be pleased." Eleanor looked wildly around. Her camera. It was still slung around her neck. It had been recording since she entered the quiet house. It was a desperate, insane thought, but it was all she had. With a sudden, violent wrench, she twisted in Jebediah's grip, not to escape, but to aim the lens of her camera directly at the monstrous entity in the pool, at Mrs. Albright, at the assembled cultists. The small red recording light was on. "The world will see you!" she shrieked, her voice cracking. "They'll know what you are." Mrs. Albright's eyes widened for a fraction of a second, a flicker of something, annoyance, crossing her face. Then her expression hardened. "The world will see nothing. Oakhaven endures. The sea keeps its secrets." She nodded to Jebediah. With a brutal shove, he propelled Eleanor forward. She stumbled, her feet slipping on the slimy rock, and fell towards the black, churning water. The last thing Eleanor Vance saw was a multitude of luminous, questing tendrils, surging towards her from the abyss, and the cold, triumphant smile on Mrs. Albright's face. Her scream was cut short as the icy water, thick with an unbearable sweetness, closed over her head. The camera, dislodged by her fall, hit a rock, its lens cracking, before tumbling into the depths after her. The small red light winked out. Months later, another official inquiry, prompted by the non-return of a journalist on assignment, reached Oakhaven. The villagers were polite, concerned, but knew nothing. Miss Vance, they said, had been distraught over her brother. She'd spoken of taking a long walk along the cliffs. Perhaps she'd slipped. The cliffs were so treacherous, especially for an outsider. Mrs. Albright, her face a mask of gentle sorrow, offered tea and sympathy. The quiet house was locked, its carvings undisturbed, though the charcoal sketch of the woman with the camera had been meticulously scraped away, the stone re-smoothed, waiting. The sea cave on the black sand beach was just a cave, scoured by tides, smelling only of salt and seaweed. No bones, no luminescence. The deep ones were patient. They knew how to tidy up. Oakhaven continued. The mists rolled in. The wind moaned. The sea whispered its ancient promises. The fishing boats returned heavy with their catch. No one ever found Eleanor Vance's body, nor her camera. But sometimes, far out to sea, a different kind of fishing boat, one with sophisticated sonar, trawling for unusual salvage, would later register a fleeting, anomalous signal from the deep trenches off the Oakhaven coast, a faint, repeating electronic pulse, like a dying beacon, from something small and metallic, lodged impossibly deep amongst the crushing, lightless rocks. A signal too weak, too brief to pinpoint, quickly dismissed as an echo, a phantom. A tiny, broken story, unheard, unseen, sinking ever deeper into the cold, silent, hungry dark. The churning gray waters of the North Atlantic slapped against the hull of the Nereus, a small, sturdy research vessel with rhythmic monotony. Dr. Eris Thorne stood on the pitching deck, his gaze fixed on the desolate coastline emerging from the persistent mist. Oak Haven. The name itself felt like a stone in his gut. Julian Vance, his once vibrant colleague, had raved about this place in his later, more frantic letters. A living fossil, a community bound by traditions that defied modern understanding. Then Julian had vanished. And then Eleanor, his sister, chasing his ghost, had also been swallowed by this forgotten corner of the world. Eris wasn't a folklorist or a journalist. He was a marine biologist, a man of data, of tangible evidence. Julian's theories about pre-Christian coastal communes and their symbiotic relationships with unique marine ecosystems had always struck him as fanciful, the ramblings of an academic spiraling into obsession. Yet, the nagging guilt of his dismissal, coupled with the Vance's twin disappearances, had become an insistent whisper. The catalyst for this bleak pilgrimage had arrived as a burst of corrupted data from RD-7, one of his old deep-sea monitoring buoys, deployed years ago in a largely uncharted sector of the Atlantic shelf. He'd almost forgotten about it. The fragment was garbled, degraded, but amidst the static were anomalous bioacoustic signatures, clicks, whistles, and low-frequency rumbles unlike any known marine species. And, more disturbingly, faint, almost imperceptible electronic pulses. They were emanating from coordinates chillingly close to the vague location Julian had once scrawled on a pub napkin for Oak Haven. Eleanor's camera, perhaps? Or something far stranger. He'd come under the official guise of surveying undocumented coastal ecosystems, a research grant hastily secured. His true mission was far grimmer. The Nereus was equipped with advanced sonar, water sampling arrays, a compact deep-sea capable ROV named Argus, and enough recording equipment to document a small war. He also had a military-grade personal locator beacon and a satellite uplink, though Julian's letters had warned starkly about Oak Haven's apparent communication dead zone. As the Nereus dropped anchor in the jagged crescent of Oak Haven's bay, the air hit him, a biting concoction of salt, decaying kelp, and that peculiar, faint, cloyingly sweet metallic undertone Julian had described. It made the fillings in Eris's teeth ache. The village was a somber tapestry of gray stone, huddled against the bruised sky, seeming to shrink from the relentless assault of the sea. A lone figure stood on the rickety jetty, as if summoned by their arrival. An old woman, her face a lattice work of wrinkles, her eyes the pale, washed-out blue of an Arctic ice floe. She wore a simple dark dress, her gray hair drawn into a severe bun. Mrs. Albright? Dr. Thorne, I presume? Her voice, low and steady, carried over the screech of gulls, untouched by surprise. We've been anticipating another visitor with an interest in our unique little corner of the world. Anticipating? Eris felt a chill crawl up his spine that had nothing to do with the biting wind. You must be Mrs. Albright. Julian Vance mentioned you. Ah, Mr. Vance. A troubled soul. And his sister, Miss Vance, equally inquisitive. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. The Seawitch Inn has a room ready. The sea air can be bracing. Best come inside. The inn was a mausoleum of shadows and silence, smelling of damp timber, old grievances, and that pervasive, sickly sweetness, stronger here. A few weathered men, faces like sea-battered driftwood, nursing dark ales, gave him the same flat, incurious stare they'd likely given the Vances. Eris, acutely aware of his outsider status, set about establishing a small, functional lab in the cramped room Mrs. Albright provided. A room he suspected, with a grim certainty, had once been Julian's, then Eleanor's. his initial survey of the bay, conducted from the Nereus's tender under the watchful eyes of Oakhaven's silent fishermen, yielded troubling data. The water chemistry was off. Trace elements he couldn't immediately identify. Complex organic compounds with no known natural analogs, and a faint, persistent chemosignature that corresponded with that sweet metallic scent. The sonar also picked up unusual formations on the seabed near the cliffs, particularly around a large, dark opening Julian's notes had identified as a ceremonial cave. Days bled into a week. Eris maintained a facade of detached scientific inquiry, collecting samples, taking readings, making meticulous notes. He photographed the disturbing, abstract carvings that adorned the older cottages. Not sailors' whimsy, but intricate, almost biological patterns, evoking things from the abyssal plains. He documented the small, woven effigies, made of reeds, and what looked alarmingly like human hair, tucked into crevices in the seawall. They seemed more numerous now than in the Vance's descriptions. The villagers remained a wall of stoic silence. Their eyes followed him everywhere, devoid of warmth, filled with a passive, patient menace. Jebediah, the hulking smith Julian had described as an enforcer, made a point of being conspicuously present whenever Eris ventured near the cliffs or the more secluded parts of the village. The smith would simply stand, arms crossed, his gaze like iron, a silent, potent threat. Sarah, the young woman who assisted Mrs. Albright at the inn, was a wraith. Thinner, more haunted than even Eleanor's brief notes had suggested. One blustery afternoon, as Eris returned, soaked and chilled from a shoreline sample run, she pressed something small and cold into his hand as she passed him in the narrow hallway. It was a crudely carved fish, made of dark water-stained wood, its eyes tiny, glittering beads, identical to the one Julian had received. When Aris looked up, Sarah was gone, vanished like mist. But on the fish, almost invisible, was a single, scratched word, deep. Mrs. Albright, however, was a font of veiled pronouncements. During the sparse evening meals, always fish, a pale, oddly textured flesh he couldn't identify, served with dense, dark bread, she would engage him in conversation, her pale eyes missing nothing. "The sea is a generous provider, Dr. Thorne," she'd murmur, refilling his water glass. "To those who understand its true rhythms, its deeper currents. It offers gifts beyond mere sustenance." "Gifts, Mrs. Albright?" Eris asked, keeping his tone carefully neutral. "Longevity, resilience," she said, her gaze distant, yet piercing. "A certain vitality that defies the harshness of this place. Oakhaven has always endured because we respect the old covenants. We understand the balance." The dream started on the third night. Crushing pressure, as if he were miles beneath the ocean's surface. Bioluminescent shapes, vast and ancient, swirling in an infinite blackness. And a sound. A low, guttural chanting that seemed to vibrate in his very bones. He'd wake in a cold sweat, the sickly sweet scent thick in his room, his scientific mind struggling to attribute it to environmental toxins, psychoactive spores from local flora, anything but the terrifying alternative. One night, a fierce storm lashed Oakhaven, the wind screaming like a banshee, the rain a torrential curtain. It was the perfect cover. Aris, clad in dark waterproofs, slipped out of the inn and made his way to a sheltered cove he'd identified, far enough from the village to avoid immediate detection. He launched Argus, his mini ROV, the small submersible, equipped with a low light. Camera and an array of sensors descended into the turbulent black water near the ceremonial cave. The sonar on the Nereus had shown the cave extended deep into the cliff, far deeper than a simple tidal cavern. The initial footage was murky, distorted by sediment churned up by the storm. Then, Argus's lights caught movement. Immense, shadowy, forms too large, too wrong to be any known creature, shifted in the abyssal darkness beyond the cave mouth. Pale, translucent tendrils, thick as pythons, uncoiled from an unseen source. The ROV's sensors registered a sharp spike in the unknown organic compounds, and the metallic tang in the water became almost palpable, even through the ROV's telemetry. Suddenly, Argus's forward camera flared with intense, multifaceted light, like 1,000 insect eyes reflecting the beam. Then the feed dissolved into a screech of static, a violent impact. The connection severed. Argus was gone, lost to the depths, or worse, taken, but not before it transmitted one final fragmented data packet. A strong, localized metallic signature from within the deeper recesses of the cave system. Eleanor's camera. He was sure of it. The loss of Argus was a blow, but the partial data was a confirmation of his deepest fears. Julian hadn't been mad. He'd stumbled upon something real. Something monstrous. The next day, Eris focused on the quiet house. It stood brooding on the cliff edge, its heavy oak door now secured with a newer, more formidable-looking padlock. He'd come prepared. A set of high-tensile picks and tension wrenches, far more sophisticated than the Vances might have possessed, made short work of the mechanism. He pushed the door inward. The air that rushed out was a physical assault, frigid, rank with decay, and overwhelmingly saturated with that sweet metallic reek. His high-lumen tactical flashlight sliced through the Stygian gloom. The circular room, the central stone altar, and the walls. Oh God, the walls. The carvings were a tapestry of cosmic dread, grotesque, intricate depictions of human sacrifice, to colossal, tentacled beings from the lightless abyss. The stick-like figures, their faces masks of rhapsodic terror, being dragged into black waters. Villagers, their expressions beatific and serene, offering up shrouded bundles. He found Julian's likeness, the notebook and camera, the terror etched even in the crude stone. Beside it, Eleanor, defiant even in her carved depiction, holding her own camera aloft. And then, his blood turned to ice. Next to Eleanor, a freshly, smoothed section of stone. Faint charcoal lines, meticulously sketched, depicted a man with scientific instruments, his face already beginning to take on Eris's features. They hadn't just anticipated him, they were preparing his memorial. On the damp stone floor, near where Eleanor's carving stood, something glinted in his flashlight beam. A tiny, jagged piece of optical-grade glass. A lens fragment. From her camera. She'd fought. You scientists are so predictable, Dr. Thorne. Eris whirled, his heart slamming against his ribs. Mrs. Albright stood in the doorway, her silhouette framed against the stormy gray sky. Jebediah loomed beside her, his massive hands clenching and unclenching. They hadn't been surprised by his entry. They'd been waiting, always needing to see for yourselves, Mrs. Albright continued, her voice as cold and calm as the depths. To catalog, to understand. Some things, Doctor, are beyond your neat little taxonomies. What are you? Eris breathed, his flashlight beam wavering between them. We are Oakhaven, she replied, a hint of something like pride in her tone. We are the keepers of the covenant. The deep ones, the true masters of this world, they share their bounty, their vitality, with those who serve them faithfully. She gestured to her own surprisingly unlined face, her eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. I have seen more centuries turn than you can imagine, Doctor. The sea gives life in ways your science cannot fathom. It offers immortality of a kind. She stepped further into the quiet house, Jebediah moving to block the doorway. Your knowledge, Dr. Thorne, your understanding of the deep places, it could be useful to us, to them. Join us. Understand the true currents of existence. Become part of something eternal. It was a horrifying offer. Not just a sacrifice, but an invitation to monstrous servitude. Never, Eris said, his voice hoarse. He clutched his flashlight, its heavy metal casing a poor weapon, but as only one. Mrs. Albright's face hardened. The feigned civility vanished, replaced by an ancient, implacable will. A pity, then you shall serve in the traditional manner. The tithe is due, and the deep ones grow hungry for new understanding. Suddenly, a shrill cry from the village pierced the air, followed by the clang of the smithy's bell, rung in frantic alarm. Billows of thick black smoke began to rise from the direction of the inn. Sarah, Mrs. Albright's head snapped towards the sound, her expression momentarily startled, then contorting into a mask of cold fury. That foolish girl. Jebediah with me. The others will deal with him. She clearly expected more villagers to arrive, alerted by the commotion. But it was the momentary distraction Aris needed. As Jebediah turned, Eris lunged. He didn't aim for the giant, but for the small, crucial gap between him and the doorframe. He brought his heavy steel water sampling canister, which he'd carried in for analysis of the quiet house's air, down in a vicious arc. It connected with the side of Jebediah's knee with a sickening thud. The smith roared in pain and, surprised stumbling, Eris scrambled past him, bursting out of the quiet house and into the teeth of the storm. He didn't look back. The village was in chaos. Flames licked from a window of the inn. Villagers were running, shouting, their attention diverted. Sarah had bought him precious seconds, perhaps at the cost of her own life. The thought was a spur of guilt and desperation. He ran, not towards the treacherous cliff paths that had claimed Eleanor, but inland, towards a dense, gnarled copse of wind-blasted pines he'd identified on his topographical surveys, a place where he'd stashed his emergency gear, his satellite uplink. The terrain was nightmarish, boggy and uneven, the wind trying to tear him from his feet. He could hear shouts behind him, the baying of Oakhaven's men, closer than he liked. Jebediah, despite his injury, would be a relentless pursuer. He reached the copse, his lungs burning, his clothes torn. He scrabbled for the waterproof cache containing his satellite modem and a high-powered signal flare. He had to get the data out. The ROV's final telemetry, his audio notes, the photographs from the quiet house, the analysis of the water and air samples. Proof. The uplink was slow, agonizingly slow, the signal struggling against the localized interference Oakhaven seemed to generate. Bars crawled across the small screen. 10%, 25%, a guttural roar nearby. Jebediah, his face a mask of blood and fury from a fall, limped out of the tree line, a heavy fishing gaff in his hand. Other villagers were fanning out behind him. 40%. Eris knew he wouldn't have time. He made a desperate choice. He grabbed the signal flare, a military-grade pyrotechnic designed to burn for minutes with blinding intensity. Visible for miles even in daylight, he ignited it. A searing, brilliant orange-white light erupted, cutting through the storm and the gloom, painting the monstrous faces of his pursuers in stark relief. It wasn't just a signal, it was a beacon, a defiant pyre. Mrs. Albright appeared, her face illuminated by the flare, a rictus of sheer undiluted rage. "You will not escape us. Oakhaven's secrets remain Oakhaven's." From the cliffs below, a new sound arose, drowning out the storm. A chorus of deep, resonant calls, ancient and terrible, as if the very bedrock was groaning in response to the flare. The deep ones, disturbed or summoned. The ground beneath Eris's feet seemed to tremble. The sickly sweet smell intensified, almost suffocating him. He felt a wave of profound psychic pressure, a terrifying intrusion into his mind, filled with images of crushing depths and alien hunger. Jebediah lunged, the gaff whistling. Eris threw himself sideways, the sharp point tearing through his sleeve, drawing blood. He scrambled back, firing his small, emergency compressed air harpoon gun, usually for taking core samples from difficult terrain, blindly. It struck Jebediah in the thigh, the barbed point sinking deep. The giant bellowed and collapsed, thrashing. 5%. Mrs. Albright shrieked, advancing, no longer an old woman but something primal and terrifying, her eyes glowing with reflected flare light and an inner unholy luminescence. Eris had one last gamble. He'd brought a small, high-yield chemical charge designed for creating seismic-sounding pulses in rock strata. He armed it, set a 5-second delay, and hurled it towards a precariously balanced overhang of rock on the cliff edge he'd noted earlier, directly above the ceremonial cave. 5%. He threw himself flat as Mrs. Albright reached for him. The explosion was deafening, a physical blow. Rock and earth erupted. The cliff edge fractured, a huge section shearing away with a tortured groan and plunging into the raging sea below, directly onto the mouth of the ceremonial cave. A colossal plume of water and debris shot skyward. The ground shook violently. Transmission complete. The small screen on the modem confirmed it. Eris didn't wait. He scrambled to his feet, blood streaming from his arm, and fled into the storm-lashed wilderness, away from the enraged cries, away from the trembling earth, away from the rising, monstrous calls from the violated deep. He didn't know if the landslide had sealed the cave or merely angered its inhabitants further. He didn't care. He had to get to the Nereus. Days later, battered, injured but alive, Eris Thorne was picked up by a bewildered Coast Guard patrol, miles from Oakhaven, clinging to the wreckage of what had once been the Nereus's emergency inflatable raft. The Nereus itself was gone, likely scuttled or sunk by the enraged villagers or the unnatural storm that had seemed to focus its fury on his escape. The data he'd transmitted was fragmented, corrupted by interference. Yet some of it was horrifyingly clear. The images from the quiet house, the anomalous biosignatures, the ROV's final terrifying glimpses. Enough to spark a flurry of hushed, incredulous discussions in very specific, very discreet government departments. Enough for some to label him a madman, others a Cassandra. No official expedition was ever sanctioned to Oakhaven. The risks were deemed too high, the evidence too outlandish, too unsettling. The village, when observed from a safe distance by aerial surveillance, looked quiet, ordinary, its inhabitants going about their simple fishing lives. The landslide had indeed partially blocked the ceremonial cave, but the sea is relentless, and ancient things are patient. Sarah was never seen again. a small, tragic footnote in Eris's debriefing. Eris Thorne recovered physically. Mentally, he carried the scars of Oakhaven, the weight of its monstrous truth. He knew the world was largely unequipped, unwilling, to face what lay hidden in its deepest, darkest corners. Sometimes in the quiet of his new, heavily secured laboratory, far from the coast, he would catch a faint, phantom whiff of something, sweet and metallic on the air. A reminder that Oakhaven endured, that the deep ones waited, and that the sea, vast and indifferent, always keeps its secrets, patiently biding its time to reclaim what it is owed. The tithe, after all, is eternal. The years since Oakhaven had gnawed at Dr. Eris Thorne like an unhealing wound. He lived a hermit's existence in a cluttered, anonymous apartment far from the coast, surrounded by stacks of marine biology journals that offered no solace, only reminders of a world he no longer saw with the same eyes. His career was a ghost. The fragmented, terrifying data he'd transmitted from Oakhaven had been quietly buried, his testimony dismissed as trauma-induced delusion by all but a very few. In the hushed corridors of officialdom, the phantom scent of brine and that cloyingly sweet, metallic odor, the one that heralded the deep ones, was his constant, unwelcome companion. A sensory ghost clinging to his waking hours and polluting his dreams with images of crushing abyssal, plains, and cyclopean, many-eyed things. He was a man adrift, haunted by the faces of Julian and Eleanor Vance, by the silent, terrified eyes of Sarah, the girl who had bought him his escape with her own probable demise. He'd tried to warn the world, and the world had politely, firmly, looked away. Oakhaven, he knew with a chilling certainty, still festered on its forgotten coastline, its monstrous covenant unbroken, its priestess, Mrs. Albright, presiding over her ancient, patient flock. Jebediah, the brutal smith, likely still limped its stony paths, a living monument to its savage faith. The call that shattered his self-imposed isolation came on a rain-lashed Tuesday, the kind of day that mirrored the perpetual gloom of Oakhaven. Dr. Lena Hansen. She'd been a postdoc on one of his earlier deep-sea expeditions, bright, tenacious, and one of the few who, after reviewing his Oakhaven debrief, hadn't openly scoffed. Her voice, tinny over the cheap burner phone Eris now used, was strained. "Eris? It's Lena. I need to talk to you. Off the record. Very off." He almost hung up. Any contact with his old life felt like a spark near gunpowder. "Lena, what is it?" "I'm at the Plover Point Marine Research Outpost, Cascadia Coast. Remote. Very remote. We've been seeing anomalies for months now." "Anomalies?" The word was a cold stone in his stomach. Unusual deep-water biomass. Signatures, for a start. Species we've never logged in this quadrant. Some unidentifiable. And the local catches in the nearby village, Greywater Point, they're almost too abundant. Strange fish, some with mild deformities. The old-timers are spooked, but also secretive. Eris felt a cold sweat prickle his skin. Greywater Point. What's it like? Tiny. Isolated. End-of-the-road fishing village. Cliffs. Treacherous currents. You know the type. A pause. And Eris. The water chemistry. We've picked up trace organic compounds. Complex. Unfamiliar. And a faint, pervasive metallic element we can't quite identify. It sometimes taints the air. The phantom scent in Eris's apartment seemed to intensify, making him gag. "No. There's more," Lena pressed, her voice dropping. "The village. It's always been insular, but it's changing. There's a woman who arrived a year or so ago. Mother Morwen, they call her. Charismatic. She's gained a lot of influence, especially among the older families. Talks about the old ways, the blessings of the deep. Some of the younger folk are scared of her, of what's happening. Ares closed his eyes. Mother Morwen. It wasn't Mrs. Albright's name, but the pattern, the chilling echo of Oakhaven, was undeniable. What do you want from me, Lena? Your Oakhaven report. It was classified, mostly redacted, but I saw enough. These signs. Eris. They're too similar. I think what happened there might be happening here. Or starting to. I need someone who's seen it before. Someone who might understand. Her voice was tight with a fear he knew all too well. Please, Eris. I'm scared. He should have said no. He should have smashed the phone, retreated deeper into his paranoia. But the ghosts of the Vances of Sarah whispered too loudly. If there was even a chance to stop another Oakhaven from taking root, to prevent another cycle of sacrifice and monstrous worship. Send me the coordinates, Lena, he said, his voice raspy. I'll come. Greywater Point was Oakhaven's less severe, more melancholic cousin, nestled in a narrow inlet, hemmed in by dark, conifer-studded cliffs that wept perpetual mist. It had an air of slow decay, rather than Oakhaven's stark, ancient endurance. The houses were timber, not stone, their paint peeling, their windows dark and watchful. The scent of pine and damp earth mingled with the ever-present brine. And yes, underlying it all, fainter than in Oakhaven but undeniably there, was that sweet, coppery tang. Aris felt it like a brand on his soul. Lena Hansen met him at the weather-beaten dock where the twice-weekly supply boat deposited him. She was thinner than he remembered, her eyes shadowed with sleeplessness, but her handshake was firm. Thank you for coming, Aris. I wasn't sure you would. Neither was I, he admitted, hefting his single heavy duffel bag, packed with carefully selected scientific instruments, recording devices, and a few items of a less academic nature. The Plover Point outpost was a small, prefabricated cluster of buildings perched on a bluff overlooking the village and the turbulent slate-gray sea. It was manned by a skeleton crew of 3. Lena, a taciturn meteorologist named Culpepper, and a young, nervous intern called Benji. The village is on edge, Lena explained, leading him to a small functional lab. Fishing's been unnaturally good for months. Record hauls. But the fish, they're not right. Some are too big. Some have extra fins, odd skin textures. The older fishermen, the ones who stick to Mother Morwen, they say it's a blessing. Others, they're throwing, catches back quietly. Mother Morwen, Eris said. Tell me about her. She drifted in about 18 months ago. No one knows where from. Elegant for this place. Middle-aged, striking, with these intense, pale gray eyes. Very persuasive. Started by helping with community events. Then began holding gatherings at her cottage by the old standing stones on the headland. Talks about the gifts of the depths, the ancient guardians of the coast. She's tapped into some local folklore, twisted it. Now she's like their unofficial spiritual leader. The local pastor left a few months back. Said the place felt unholy. And the ones who are scared? They don't talk much. Not to us, anyway. We're outsiders, but Benji overheard some lads in the village tavern, if you can call it that, muttering about sacrifices to the tide and how Morwen's chosen few get special catches. Eris felt a familiar dread solidify. The patterns were not just similar, they were replicating. His first walk through Greywater Point was unnerving. The few villagers he saw averted their gaze, their faces shuddered. He noticed small, crude carvings appearing on fence posts and door lintels. Not the intricate bioluminescent horrors of Oakhaven, but simpler, spiral, and tentacle-like motifs, as if the local artistry was still in its nascent, imitative phase. He saw offerings, small piles of shells, unusually colored stones, even dead seabirds, left at the high tide line on the shingle beach. And everywhere, that faint, sweet, metallic scent, a constant, insidious reminder. He met Mother, Morwen, a few days later. Lena had arranged a community outreach meeting at the outpost, ostensibly to discuss their marine research. Morwen attended, accompanied by a hulking, silent man with a flattened nose and dead eyes named Finnegan, Greywater's nascent Jebediah. Mother Morwen was indeed striking. Tall, with a cascade of silver-streaked dark hair, her pale gray eyes held an unnerving intelligence and a serene, almost beatific calm that Aris found far more disturbing than Mrs. Albright's ancient, brittle composure. She spoke in a low, melodic voice, her words weaving a tapestry of nature worship, ancestral wisdom, and the bountiful, misunderstood deep. "The ocean is a generous mother, Dr. Thorne," she said, her gaze lingering on him, as if she knew exactly who he was and what he'd seen. "She provides for those who respect her, who listen to her ancient whispers. Greywater Point is learning to listen again, after years of neglect." "And what do these whispers tell you, Mother Morwen?" Eris asked, his voice carefully neutral. Her smile was enigmatic. "They speak of cycles, of give and take, of deeper connections than your instruments can measure." Her eyes flicked to Finnegan, who shifted his considerable bulk. "Some are not yet ready to hear." The veiled threat was as clear as any Jebediah had delivered. Eris, with Lena's increasingly worried assistance, began a discreet investigation. He took water samples from the bay, deployed miniature, camouflage sensors near the offering sites. The data was chilling. The unknown organic compounds were present, less concentrated than in Oakhaven, but building. The metallic element was the same. He even picked up faint, ultra-low frequency pulses from the seabed beyond the inlet, the same bioacoustic signatures he'd registered near Oakhaven before Argus was lost. The deep ones, or their kin, were here, or they were being called one. "Evening, Benji," the intern came to Eris, his face pale, his hands trembling. "Dr. Thorne, I saw something. Last night, down by the old headland, near Morwen's cottage and the standing stones." "What did you see, Benji?" Eris asked gently. "It was late. Foggy. I saw figures, cloaked, carrying something to the cliff edge. It was long, wrapped in canvas. They threw it into the sea. There was chanting, low, guttural, like nothing human." Eris's blood ran cold. The tithe. It was beginning. Julian's terrified words from the voice recorder echoed in his memory. "Did you see who it was?" Benji shook his head. "Too foggy. But Finnegan was there. I saw his shape. And Mother Morwen. I think I heard her voice." The noose was tightening. Eris knew they didn't have much time. Greywater Point was teetering on the brink of becoming another Oak Haven. He presented his findings to Lena and Culpepper. Culpepper, a man of pragmatic skepticism, initially balked. "Look, Thorne, weird fish, some local superstition. It's a stretch to jump to. Whatever it is you think happened at Oak Haven." "It's not a stretch, Culpepper," Eris said, his voice raw with conviction. "It's a pattern, a replication. They're sacrificing people, or they're about to. They're making contact with something that demands it." He played them a carefully filtered audio fragment from his Oak Haven data. The chanting, the shrieks. Then, a new recording from one of his Greywater sensors. Fainter, less developed but chillingly similar. Lena was white-faced. Culpepper finally paled. My God. Their attempts to contact the mainland authorities were met with static and dropped calls. The outpost's satellite uplink, usually reliable, became inexplicably erratic. The isolation of Greywater Point was no longer just geographical. It was becoming enforced. "She knows we're watching," Lena whispered. "Morwen, she's isolating us." Eris knew they had to act. He couldn't let this happen again. He couldn't let Julian and Eleanor's fate, Sarah's sacrifice, be for nothing. He thought of the charcoal sketch of himself in Oak Haven's quiet house, a memorial in waiting. He wouldn't let Mother Morwen complete her collection here. Their chance, or their doom, came with the announcement of the Deep Harvest Festival, a new tradition instigated by Mother Morwen, timed for the upcoming new moon. It was to be a night of celebration, of giving thanks to the sea for its bounty, culminating in a special offering at the standing stones on the headland. "That's it," Eris said grimly. "That's when they'll fully commit. Seal their pact." They had to stop it. But how? 3 scientists against a village increasingly under the sway of a charismatic fanatic and her brutal enforcer. Eris formulated a desperate plan. It involved disrupting the ceremony, exposing Morwen, and, if possible, severing whatever link she was forging with the depths. He had the remnants of his Oak Haven gear. Sonic emitters designed to disorient marine life. Perhaps they'd affect the deep ones, or at least their nascent worshippers. High-intensity flares, and the knowledge of what he was truly up against. Lena, a skilled diver, would try to retrieve or disable any underwater altar or focal point Morwen might have established below the cliffs, based on anomalous sonar readings. Culpepper, a reluctant but now grimly determined ally, would try to get a clear emergency broadcast out, hoping the heightened atmospheric conditions of the coming storm might briefly break through the interference. The night of the Deep Harvest Festival arrived with a howling gale and lashing rain, mirroring the night of his escape from Oak Haven. The village was eerily lit with flickering torches, the sound of drums and low chanting drifting up to the outpost. "It's time," Eris said, his face grim. He handed Lena a waterproof pack with a small, powerful sonar jammer. "Be careful, don't take any chances." She nodded, her expression set. "You too, Eris." As Lena slipped away towards the turbulent cove beneath the headland, Eris and Culpepper made their way towards the standing stones. The wind tore at them, the rain stinging their faces. The scene at the headland was like a half-formed nightmare from Oak Haven. Villagers, many in crude hooded cloaks, swayed to the rhythm of the drums. Mother Morwen stood before the largest, standing stone, her arms raised, her voice, amplified by the strange acoustics of the place, weaving a hypnotic incantation. Finnegan stood beside her, holding a struggling, cloth-wrapped figure, roughly human-sized. The offering. Eris felt a surge of cold fury, "Now, Culpepper!" Culpepper, sheltering behind a gorse bush, began transmitting his emergency broadcast, his voice tight with urgency. Eris activated his sonic emitters, aiming them towards the gathering. A high-pitched, disorienting whine filled the air. The drumming faltered. Villagers clapped their hands over their ears, confused and distressed. Mother Morwen's incantation broke off with a gasp. Her serene composure fractured, revealing a flash of cold rage. "Interlopers," she shrieked, her voice suddenly harsh, losing its melodic cadence. "They seek to deny us the blessing." Finnegan, seemingly less affected by the sound, snarled and started towards them. Eris ignited a high-intensity flare. The sudden, blinding, magnesium glare lit the scene with stark, terrifying clarity, making the swaying, cloaked figures look even more ghoulish. "People of Greywater," Eris yelled over the wind and the sonic pulse. "She's deceiving you. This isn't a blessing. It's a blood pact. She's leading you to sacrifice, to becoming slaves to the things she worships." Some villagers recoiled from the light, from his words. Others looked to Morwen, their faces a mixture of fear and fanatical devotion. Morwen's face was a mask of fury. "Silence him. He speaks blasphemy. The deep ones awaken. They demand their due." As if on cue, a tremendous wave, far larger than any before it, crashed against the cliffs below, sending a plume of icy spray high into the air. A low, resonant groan, almost a hum, seemed to emanate from the very bedrock, from the churning depths. The sweet metallic scent intensified, thick and cloying. Finnegan charged Eris, a heavy fisherman's priest raised like a club. Eris sidestepped, his old injuries twinging, and brought his heavy-duty sample-collecting rod, essentially a reinforced metal staff, down on Finnegan's arm. The brute grunted but didn't stop. Meanwhile, Lena, fighting against the surge and the numbing, cold had reached the coordinates beneath the cliff. Her dive light pierced the murky water. On a submerged ledge, directly below the standing stones, was a crude altar of piled rocks, adorned with fresh, disturbing offerings. Strangely carved pieces of driftwood, clusters of deformed shellfish, and horrifyingly, what looked like bundles of human hair tied with seaweed. As she activated the sonar jammer, she saw them. Pale, questing tendrils, smaller and less numerous than in Oakhaven's cave, but undeniably similar, rising from a fissure in the seabed. The jammer pulsed, emitting a disruptive counter-frequency. The tendrils recoiled, thrashing. On the clifftop, the battle was desperate. Culpepper had been knocked down by a villager, his radio smashed. Eris, dodging Finnegan's blows, saw Morwen drag the bound offering closer to the cliff edge. It was a young woman from the village, one Benji had said was openly skeptical of Morwen. "The tithe must be paid," Morwen screamed, her eyes blazing with an unnatural light. Eris knew he couldn't stop her physically in time. He had one last, desperate gamble. He'd noticed the largest standing stone, the one Morwen used as her altar, was deeply undercut by erosion, precariously balanced. He'd packed a small-shaped charge, a relic from his geological survey days, intended for seismic sounding. He pulled it out, armed the short fuse with numb fingers, and, with a desperate cry, hurled it at the base of the standing stone. "Get down!" he roared. The explosion was sharp, brutal. The ancient stone teetered for a horrifying moment. Then, with a great, groaning tear, it toppled forward, crashing down onto the very spot where Morwen had been standing, an instant before she could push her victim over the edge. A plume of dust and rock fragments erupted. Morwen shrieked, a sound of pure, inhuman rage and pain, as she was struck by the falling monolith, not crushed, but thrown violently towards the cliff edge. She scrabbled for purchase, her fingers clawing at the wet earth. Then, with a final despairing wail, she vanished over the precipice into the churning black water below. The remaining loyalist villagers, stunned by the explosion and the loss of their priestess, faltered. The resonant hum from the deep abruptly ceased. The sweet scent seemed to lessen, just slightly. In the chaotic aftermath, Eris, with Lena, who'd surfaced, battered but alive, and a recovering Culpepper, managed to free the terrified young woman. The storm still raged, but the unnatural pressure, the palpable sense of an ancient, malevolent consciousness, had receded. Greywater Point did not become another Oak Haven. Not that night. Mother Morwen's body was never found. Finnegan, his arm broken, was subdued and later handed over to the bewildered regional police, who arrived days later in response to Culpepper's fragmented, garbled emergency broadcast. The official story became one of a local cult leader gone rogue, a tragic accident during a storm. The deeper, monstrous truth remained buried, known only to Eris, Lena, and Culpepper. Eris Thorne did not find peace. He had stopped one iteration, but the victory felt hollow, temporary. Oak Haven still existed, a festering wound on the world's hidden skin. Mrs. Albright was still out there, and the deep ones. They were ancient, patient, their tendrils reaching into countless forgotten corners of the globe. Greywater Point had been a new bud on an old cancerous vine. He'd pruned it, but the roots remained, sunk deep in the lightless abyss. He left Greywater Point with Lena and Culpepper, 3 souls bound by a terrible shared secret. The phantom scent of brine and sweet metallic decay still clung to him, perhaps fainter now, but a constant reminder. The fight wasn't over. It was, he suspected with a cold, weary dread, just a brief lull in an eternal, unwinnable war against the hungry, silent horrors that dwelled in the deep places of the earth, patiently waiting for humanity to listen once more to their ancient, deadly whispers. The flickering fluorescent lights of the budget motel room cast a sallow, unhealthy glow on Dr. Eris Thorne's haggard face. 3 years had passed since Greywater Point. 3 years of looking over his shoulder, of chasing down whispers and fragmented reports of unusual coastal phenomena from a network of equally marginalized, discredited researchers. Lena Hansen and Marcus Culpepper were his only steadfast allies, linked by the shared trauma and the terrible knowledge of what lurked beneath the waves. They communicated in code, through encrypted channels, always aware that their tenuous crusade against the encroaching influence of the Deep Ones was a silent, invisible war. Oak Haven. The name was a brand on his soul. Mrs. Albright, its ancient malevolent priestess, and Jebediah, her brutal enforcer, still haunted his nightmares. Mother Morwen's demise at Greywater Point had been a small, localized victory, but Eris knew it was merely a severed limb from a monstrously resilient organism. The Deep Ones were patient, their influence insidious, spreading like a cold, lightless tide. The summons this time came not as a panicked call, but as a series of sterile, official-looking emails from a newly formed, deeply classified interagency task force, Project Abyssal Sentinel. Someone, somewhere in the labyrinthine corridors of power, had finally started connecting the dots from his Oak Haven debrief, Lena's Greywater testimony, and a troubling surge in unexplained maritime incidents. Worldwide, they wanted him. They wanted his expertise. They wanted his scars. The briefing room was deep underground, a concrete bunker smelling of stale coffee and apprehension. A stern-faced woman in a severe suit, Director Anya Sharma, laid out the situation. Dr. Thorne, your unconventional theories regarding certain deep-sea entities and their potential influence on isolated coastal communities are no longer being dismissed out of hand. She gestured to a large holographic display showing a world map dotted with ominous red markers. These represent recent incidents: fishing vessels vanishing without a trace, anomalous seismic activity near deep ocean trenches, unexplained mutations in marine life, and most disturbingly, reports of resurgent cult-like activities in remote, coastal regions, often centered around charismatic leaders preaching a return to oceanic reverence. Oak Haven was a template, Aris said, his voice flat. A blueprint. Precisely, Sharma confirmed. And we believe its architect, or one of its key operatives, is active again. We've intercepted communications, highly encrypted, hinting at a grand confluence. A coordinated effort to awaken or fully empower these entities on a global scale. And the focal point appears to be a place called Whispering Shoals. Whispering Shoals. An isolated archipelago in a notoriously volatile stretch of the South Pacific, largely uncharted, shrouded in perpetual storms and unsettling local legends. Legends that spoke of sea gods demanding tribute, of islanders who walked with the tides and possessed unnaturally long lives. We have satellite imagery showing recent, unusual construction on the largest island, Ethelberg Cay, Sharma continued, bringing up a grainy image of a sprawling, complex structure of dark, cyclopean stone, disturbingly reminiscent of Oak Haven's Quiet House, but on a vastly larger, more ambitious scale. And a significant increase in deep-water biomass signatures around the archipelago. The kind you've documented, Dr. Thorne. Mrs. Albright, Eris breathed. It has to be her. Or someone operating from her playbook, on a much grander scale. We also have a troubling piece of intelligence. Sharma's face hardened. Jebediah, the enforcer from Oak Haven. He was sighted 2 months ago in a port town known as a staging ground for illicit activities in the South Pacific. He was boarding an unmarked freighter, heavily laden with what appeared to be ceremonial artifacts and construction materials. The mission was clear: infiltrate Ethelberg Cay, assess the threat, identify the leadership, and if possible, disrupt the grand confluence before it could fully manifest. Aris, Lena, whose diving and marine biology expertise were invaluable, and Culpepper, whose meteorology and comm skills, honed by bitter experience, were crucial, were to be the core scientific team, embedded with a small, highly trained special operations unit. It was a suicide mission dressed up as reconnaissance. The journey to Whispering Shoals was a descent into a primal, storm-racked hell. Their stealth submersible navigated treacherous reefs and unpredictable currents. The sea, outside a maelstrom of black water and fury. As they neared Ethelberg Cay, the familiar, cloying, sweet metallic scent began to permeate the sub's recycled air, stronger than Eris had ever experienced it. The sub's external sensors registered off-scale readings of the unknown organic compounds, and the low-frequency bioacoustic pulses from the deep were a constant, nauseating thrum. Ethelberg Cay was a vision of prehistoric dread, jagged volcanic peaks clawed at a bruised, perpetually twilight sky. The vegetation was a lurid, unnatural green, twisted into grotesque shapes. And at its heart, the Cyclopean stone complex Julian Vance would have recognized as the apotheosis of Oak Haven's Quiet House, a sprawling, multi-tiered temple dedicated to abyssal horrors. Around it, a makeshift village had sprung up, populated by gaunt, hollow-eyed individuals from countless nations, their faces bearing the same unnerving mix of vacant ecstasy and profound terror Eris had seen in the Oak Haven carvings. They were the new global flock. Their insertion point was a secluded cove, choked with unnaturally vibrant, almost phosphorescent kelp. Eris, Lena, Culpepper, and their small military escort, led by a stoic, battle-hardened major named Rexford, made their way inland through the oppressive, humid jungle. The air was thick with the buzzing of unseen insects and the distant rhythmic throb of drums. This place feels wrong, even more than gray water, Lena whispered, her hand instinctively going to the compact sonic disruptor on her belt. It's a nexus, Eris replied, his gaze sweeping the alien landscape. A focal point for their power. Oak Haven was a chapel. This is their cathedral. They established a hidden observation post overlooking the temple complex. The scale of the operation was terrifying. Hundreds of cultists moved with grim purpose, overseen by figures in dark, elaborate robes. And at the center of it all, on a raised platform before a colossal obsidian monolith that seemed to drink the very light, stood a woman. Her silver hair, untouched by age, cascaded around a face that was an ageless mask of serene, terrible beauty. Her eyes, the pale, luminous gray of a winter sea, surveyed her domain with an air of absolute authority. Mrs. Albright, or a being who had worn that name for centuries. And beside her, a mountain of scarred flesh and brutal loyalty, stood Jebediah, his massive frame draped in ceremonial hides, a huge, wickedly barbed trident in his hand. He scanned the perimeter with the predatory stillness of a patient shark. He looked stronger, more vital than Eris remembered, as if the amplified energies of this place were rejuvenating him. The confluence is scheduled for the solstice, 3 days from now, Rexford murmured, relaying intel from their orbital support. Coincides with a rare planetary alignment and a deep oceanic thermal vent surge in this sector. They believe it will create a gateway. A gateway for what? Culpepper asked, his voice tight. Eris knew. For them, the true forms of the Deep Ones. Not just their influence, their tendrils, but their full manifestation. It was a possibility so monstrous it chilled him to the bone. Their primary objective was to deploy a device, a high-frequency resonance disruptor, experimental, untested, designed to destabilize the unique energy signature the cult was trying to harness. It needed to be placed at the heart of the temple, near the obsidian monolith. A suicide run. While Rexford's team planned the assault, Eris, Lena, and Culpepper conducted discreet reconnaissance. Lena, during a perilous night dive into the lagoon surrounding the temple, which glowed with an eerie internal luminescence, discovered a network of submerged tunnels leading directly beneath the monolith, pulsating with an intense bioorganic energy. The water teemed with grotesque mutated marine life, all seemingly drawn towards the temple. Culpepper, struggling against overwhelming atmospheric and telluric interference, managed to intercept fragmented, horrifying audio transmissions from within the temple. Guttural chanting in a language that defied human linguistics, interspersed with screams and sounds of wet, tearing flesh. The sacrifices had already begun. One evening, as Eris scanned the temple complex through high-powered optics, he saw a smaller, heavily guarded procession moving towards a series of crude stone cells built into the temple's Outer wall. He focused his binoculars. His blood ran cold. Among the prisoners, pale and gaunt, but defiantly alive, was Sarah, the girl from Oakhaven. How? How had she survived? How had she ended up here, halfway across the world? The guilt, the hope, the sheer impossibility of it warred within him. He had to save her, the mission parameters be damned. The night of the solstice was a maelstrom of unnatural energies. The sky above Ethelberg K writhed with auroras of sickly green and violet, despite the raging storm. The ground trembled with a continuous, low-frequency pulse. The drums from the temple were a frantic, deafening heartbeat. Rexford's team launched their diversionary attack on the temple's perimeter, explosions and gunfire erupting in the humid darkness. Edit more vert, the relentless pounding of the foghorn, a mournful bellow that seemed to penetrate Eris Thorne's very bones, was a fitting accompaniment to his current state of mind. He was huddled in a cramped, mold-stained research vessel, the Siren Song, off the coast of Scotland. Lena Hansen and Culpepper, his reluctant but increasingly battle-hardened allies, were with him. They were chasing echoes, shadows, a desperate hope for an intervention that might finally end, or at least interrupt, the cycle of Oakhaven. Their mission: to investigate reports of unusually large, aggressive, and deformed marine life in the isolated archipelago of the Outer Hebrides. The reports, initially dismissed as local fishermen's tales, had come to their attention thanks to a few carefully placed unofficial channels, former military intelligence operatives, haunted by whispers of secret coastal installations, and government-sponsored, unethical research. The whispers spoke of Project Kraken, an initiative that had supposedly been shut down decades ago. But its legacy, its monstrous experiments, might yet linger in the cold, unforgiving waters of the Hebridean coast, and by terrible coincidence, the location seemed to align with a recurring anomaly, that cloying sweetness and low-frequency hum of their presence, the deep ones, and the entities they'd only glimpsed at Oakhaven and Greywater Point. The weather was abysmal, the kind of perpetual gray drizzle that seemed to seep into your soul. Eris, his face gaunt, his eyes haunted, watched the jagged coastline crawl by, a jagged silhouette against the fog-shrouded peaks. Each new isolated islet, each forbidding inlet, felt like another potential breeding ground for horror. The locals are taciturn, Lena reported, re-emerging from her briefing with a local marine biologist who'd accompanied them from the mainland. They talk about a curse of the deep, an old evil. They're reluctant to give us any information, or even help us with surveys. Very closed off. And the fishing. It's been terrible in recent months. No boats have gone out for weeks. Just like Greywater Point, Eris muttered, the familiar knot of dread tightening in his stomach. The echoes were getting closer, the pattern, the terrible blueprint, replaying itself in ever more variations. The anomalies are real, though, Culpepper said, consulting his tablet, his expression unusually grim. We've picked up multiple, unusual bioacoustic signatures, far deeper than expected, and one particularly strong signal near the abandoned island of Eilean Mor. Eilean Mor. The name, Gaelic for Big Island, was a bleak promise, of desolate shores and crumbling stone. It was marked on their charts as uninhabited, a place abandoned long ago, supposedly haunted. They spent the next few days conducting sonar sweeps and deploying remotely operated vehicles, ROVs. The Siren Song was equipped with more advanced technology than the Nereus had possessed, But the seas were even more unforgiving. The storms were frequent and violent, the currents treacherous. The ROVs encountered immense pressure and encountered something they couldn't explain. The data was fragmented, but what they saw sent a chill through Eris. Giant, amorphous forms that dwarfed the ROVs, their movements jerky and unnatural, as if they were operating without a central nervous system. One particularly harrowing ROV, mission on the seabed near Island Moor, captured the images. It showed the submerged ruins of a strange facility. Concrete structures, metal scaffolding, and a massive circular opening in the seabed. The ROV recorded unusually high levels of the same organic compounds and the pervasive metallic trace found in Oakhaven and Greywater Point. It also captured a fleeting image of a vast, semi-translucent membrane, the deep ones, or their creations. Eris knew, rippling within the opening. The facility, whatever it was clearly underwater. The fact that the deep ones, or their entities, seemed to use it as a staging location sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated horror through Eris. Was this a breeding ground? A laboratory? The implications were too terrible to contemplate. Their landing on Eileen Moor was a logistical nightmare. The shore was rocky and treacherous, the wind a constant, howling presence. The ruins were what Eris had dreaded, the remnants of a vast, top-secret research installation. Decaying concrete structures, rusted metal gantries, and a network of tunnels leading deep into the island's heart. The air smelled of rot, salt, and, inescapably, that sickly sweet, metallic tang. Inside the most intact building, they found what had once been a central control room. A tangle of corroded wires and shattered screens. The walls were covered in faded diagrams and cryptic schematics. Lena, her face pale, deciphered some of the faded labels. Project Kraken, genetic manipulation, cross-species hybridization, testing of unknown bioagents. Eris felt a wave of nausea. It was worse than he'd imagined. The government hadn't merely been experimenting, they'd been trying to create... What? He moved to a large metallic tank, now corroded and empty. What was kept in here? I don't know, Lena said. But there are markings, Norse runes, same script they used at Oakhaven, the Quiet House, and carvings, similar to Oakhaven. A strange symbol, a stylized tentacle. Eris turned and saw it. Faintly, etched into the metal of the tank's side, was a crudely carved symbol, the stylized tentacle. He'd seen it before. As they continued to explore the facility, the temperature abruptly dropped. There were strange noises, a rhythmic, thrumming that seemed to vibrate in the very foundations of the island. The air grew heavier, colder. Culpepper, his face tight with fear, his hand resting on his sidearm, kept warning them. We need to get out of here. Something's not right. Eris felt it too. A growing sense of immense, unnatural pressure, an overwhelming dread. He had seen this, smelled this, felt this before. He knew what was coming. Suddenly, the entire island shuddered. A low, guttural roar echoed through the tunnels. Then, the water began to recede from the shore, exposing a previously unseen, cavernous entrance beneath the ruins. Eris knew what it meant. The deep ones. We need to go, now, he yelled, urging everyone towards the entrance. Just as they were starting to move, a new sound, a familiar high-pitched whine, quickly followed by gunshots. They turned to see Finnegan and a horde of villagers emerge from the tunnels, and the leader of them was someone they knew very well. Mrs. Albright. We've been waiting for you, "Doctor," Mrs. Albright said, her face now a rictus of triumph, her eyes glowing. "The ocean remembers. It rewards devotion, and it always seeks new avenues of alliance." Eris froze, the shock momentarily paralyzing him. "Albright? You?" "We've been moving," she said, her voice triumphant. "From Greywater Point to here, as needed. The deep has a reach that knows no limits." Finnegan and the others, now clad in crude hooded robes, surged forward. "They control those creatures," Lena said as she grabbed Eris's arm. "They've learned to direct them." The battle was brutal and swift. The villagers were fanatical, driven by a perverse fervor. Finnegan, his face contorted with rage, was a terrifying force. They fought in the narrow, claustrophobic tunnels, the air thick with the smell of decay and ozone from the broken power systems. Culpepper, a skilled marksman, held them off for a while, providing cover fire. He dropped a few villagers, but the sheer number of attackers was overwhelming. The deep was coming. Eris could feel it. The drumming, the pressure, the scent, all getting more intense. He knew they had to make a desperate play, a final, desperate effort to disrupt whatever Morwen and Albright had been doing. He yelled to Lena, "The central power source! We need to shut it down." They fought their way through the tunnels. The creatures, the Deep One's creations, were starting to be seen now. Enormous, distorted marine life forms, moving down the shoreline. They were grotesquely mutated, and they were deadly. They reached the power control center, a cavernous room filled with humming generators and high-voltage equipment. The air crackled with electricity. While Eris fought off the advancing cultists, Lena, dodging Finnegan's attacks, worked feverishly, sabotaging the power systems. "The signal," Culpepper roared. "We can get a burst out. Now." With a final wrench, Lena severed a critical cable, plunging the room into near darkness. The generators sputtered and died. The low hum stopped. The Deep One's creations started to collapse. Then, a low guttural scream, coming from just outside the cavern's door. The darkness was a chaos of shouting, thrashing, and the snapping of bones. In the dark, fighting for his life, Eris grabbed a tool from his belt and shoved it at Finnegan. He connected. The giant collapsed. Then, in the darkness, the door opened, and something came through. The low humming had disappeared. What did appear was something that looked human. A woman. Mrs. Albright. Her eyes glowing, her skin slick with water, and behind her, the Deep Ones. A horrifying rush of tentacled creatures followed, as if from every crevice of the island. They were caught in the crossfire, running for their lives. There was no choice. "Run! Lena!" Eris yelled. "Get to the surface!" He had no idea where Culpepper was, but for their best shot at survival, he had to sacrifice himself. He had to try and draw the creatures away, buy them time. He grabbed the canister of emergency detonators, used for setting off charges on a vessel, and raced towards the underwater entrance. As the creatures swarmed forward, his escape route disappeared. They poured out onto the beach. "Run, Lena! Get help!" Eris shouted as he threw his device directly in the face of Mrs. Albright. "Run, Lena! Get help!" Eris shouted as he threw his device directly in the face of Mrs. Albright. The detonator had a short delay. As he heard Lena's echoing footsteps behind him, as Mrs. Albright was upon him, his world exploded. He could see that the sea, which he was staring at in his last moments of life, was now boiling, filled with the monstrosities that he so desperately wanted to save the world from. Lena escaped. She made it back to the siren's song, battered, but alive. Culpepper was gone, lost in the tunnels. The authorities, alerted by her desperate pleas and the siren's song's automated distress signal, arrived at Island Moor to a scene of devastation. The ruins were crumbling, and the island itself seemed to be undergoing a slow, relentless process of dissolution, as if something had been ripped away. The sea around it was strangely calm, a flat, oily mirror reflecting the somber sky. They recovered a few bodies. Eris's was not among them, nor was Mrs. Albright's. The official report again labeled the incident as a tragic accident, the result of a rogue experiment, a powerful storm, the perils of the unforgiving sea. The details were buried, the truth suppressed. Lena, a woman transformed by the horrors she had witnessed, knew the truth. She carried the burden of Eris's sacrifice, the weight of his warnings. She kept the siren's song, renamed the Vance, in honor of Julian and Eleanor. She continued to chase the echoes, scanning the oceans for those ominous signatures. The sweet scent, the ever-present hum, and that terrible, persistent certainty that Oakhaven had not been, and would never be, the end of the line. The fight would continue. For Eris, for Julian and Eleanor, for the world, and for the hope that someday, somehow, they might finally, permanently, stop the deep ones from ever finding solid footing, in any place, on any shore, in any time. The rhythmic clatter of the elevated train was a jarring counterpoint to the oppressive silence that had become Lena Hansen's constant companion. 3 years. 3 years since Ethelberg Cay, since the fiery end of the Grand Confluence, since Eris Thorne had walked into the inferno to buy them a chance. The official report cited a catastrophic geothermal event. Lena knew it was a lie, a flimsy curtain drawn over a truth too monstrous for the world to bear. Eris was gone, presumed dead, though no body was ever recovered from the irradiated, churning waters around the shattered remains of Mrs. Albright's temple. Lena wasn't the same bright-eyed scientist who had nervously called Eris for help at Greywater Point. Loss had carved new lines on her face, replaced academic curiosity with a grim, unyielding resolve. She now headed a small, clandestine unit, funded by the shadowy remnants of Project Abyssal Sentinel, those few within, global intelligence agencies who acknowledge the chilling reality of the Deep Ones and their terrestrial collaborators. Her primary partner, her rock, was Sarah Vance. Rescued from the brink of sacrifice at Whispering Shoals, Julian and Eleanor's younger sister had transformed her trauma into a fierce, cold anger, her knowledge of the cult's inner workings proving invaluable. Their current hunt had brought them to Port Thorne, a sprawling old-world metropolis on the Atlantic coast, a city slowly drowning under the weight of its own history and the rising tides. Founded by Eris's distant seafaring ancestors, its name was a bitter irony. For months, they'd been tracking a disturbing pattern. Localized seismic tremors beneath the oldest district, the Narrows, a spike in unexplained disappearances among the city's marginalized, and persistent, unsettling rumors emanating from the vast, controversial Aquarian Restoration Project, a massive urban renewal initiative ostensibly designed to modernize the city's crumbling subterranean infrastructure and implement new flood defenses. And then there was the scent, faint, almost imperceptible amidst the city's usual miasma of brine, diesel, and decay, but undeniably there for those who knew what to smell for. That sickly, sweet, coppery tang that heralded the presence of the Deep Ones. It clung to the grates of ventilation shafts linked to the Aquarian project's deepest excavations. The official geological surveys attribute the tremors to settling bedrock, exacerbated by the new tunneling, Sarah said, her voice tight, as they huddled in their cramped, anonymous apartment overlooking the rain-slicked rooftops of the Narrows. Her laptop screen displayed a complex overlay of city schematics, geological data, and flagged incident reports. But the frequency, the specific signature, it's not natural. It's rhythmic, almost deliberate. Like Oak Haven's drums, or the pulses beneath Ethelberg Cay, Lena murmured, staring out at the labyrinthine alleys below. Albright. She has to be here. This Aquarian restoration. It's her new quiet house, her new temple, built right under their noses. Mrs. Albright, the immortal crone, the high priestess of the abyssal gods. She had slipped away from the destruction at Whispering Shoals, a wraith of vengeance and undiminished purpose. Lena had felt her gaze, cold and furious, across the burning water. She knew Albright wouldn't rest. The grand confluence had failed, but the war was eternal. Their initial reconnaissance confirmed their fears. Posing as independent environmental auditors, Lena and Sarah gained limited access to some of the Aquarian project's surface sites. Security was unusually tight, managed by a private firm, Tidal Security Solutions, whose operatives were unnervingly stoic, their eyes holding a familiar vacant gleam. They found no overt evidence of cult activity, but the deeper, sealed-off sections of the new tunnels, those that intersected with Port Thorne's ancient, half-flooded catacombs and forgotten smugglers' routes, were strictly off-limits. The project director, a Mr. Kalin, Sarah reported, pulling up a heavily redacted personnel file. Ex-military, specialized in deep earth construction. Impeccable public record. But his private holding company, Pelagic Ventures, is the primary investor in Tidal Security. And Pelagic Ventures has a complex web of offshore accounts, some of which trace back to shell corporations linked to, well, to entities we encountered during the Ethelberg investigation. Kalin is her new Jebediah, Lena said grimly. More sophisticated, perhaps. Less brute force, more insidious control. They needed to get into those deep tunnels. Their break came via an old city archivist, a man named Silas Croft, whose obsession with Port Thorne's hidden history bordered on the fanatical. He'd heard whispers of their unofficial inquiries and, after a clandestine meeting in a dusty, forgotten library wing, agreed to share his most prized possession. A set of centuries-old, hand-drawn maps detailing the city's subterranean labyrinth, predating any official records. They say the first settlers of Port Thorne made pacts with things from the deep, Croft had whispered, his eyes wide, his breath smelling of stale paper and fear, that the city's foundations were built on bargains, the Aquarian project. They're digging where they shouldn't. They're waking things up. He pressed a heavy, oilskin-wrapped roll of parchments into Lena's hands. Be careful. Some doors are best left unopened. Eris's words, echoed by another haunted soul. Armed with Croft's maps and a set of high-tech infiltration gear, Lena and Sarah planned their descent. Their entry point was an abandoned storm drain outflow on the blighted waterfront, one that Croft's maps showed connected to the older, deeper tunnel systems. The stench that hit them as they pried open the rusted grate was a nauseating cocktail of stagnant water, raw sewage, and the sweet metallic reek, now thick and cloying. The darkness within was absolute, broken only by the narrow beams of their tactical flashlights. The ancient tunnels were a claustrophobic nightmare of crumbling brickwork, slick with algae, the air heavy with oppressive humidity. Rats skittered in the shadows. The sound of dripping water was a constant, unnerving percussion. Deeper they went, following the faded ink of Croft's maps, until the old brick gave way to roughly hewn stone, then to natural caverns that seemed to breathe with a cold, alien life. Here, the carvings began. Not the crude spirals of Greywater Point, nor the explicit horrors of Oakhaven's quiet house, but something new, more insidious. Intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the periphery of their vision, inducing a subtle vertigo, a creeping sense of unreality. And woven into these patterns, the recurring motif of a stylized, many-branched coral, or perhaps a multi-limbed abstract entity. Albright was evolving her iconography. "The seismic activity is stronger here," Sarah murmured, checking her portable sensor array. "And the organic compounds. Off the charts. We're close to a source." They found it in a vast, domed cavern, clearly an ancient, natural formation that had been enhanced. The walls pulsed with a faint internal bioluminescence, similar to what Lena had seen in the tunnels beneath Ethelberg Cay. In the center of the cavern, a deep circular pool of black oily water reflected the eerie light. Its surface rippled, not from any discernible current, but from something moving within its depths. Around the pool, crude altars had been erected, piled with offerings, decaying fish, strangely iridescent shells, and small, disturbingly lifelike figurines molded from river clay and what looked like human hair. And overseeing it all, from a naturally formed stone dais, stood Kalen. He was not the polished executive from the files. He was clad in dark ceremonial robes, his face illuminated by the sickly glow from the pool, his eyes wide and staring, fixed on the churning water. He was chanting, a low, guttural litany in a language that scraped at Lena's sanity. He was not alone. Figures emerged from shadowed alcoves, tidal security operatives, their faces now slack, their movements jerky, almost puppet-like. They carried long, barbed spears. "This is a nexus chamber," Lena whispered, her hand tightening on the grip of her sonic stunner. "They're consecrating it, channeling the energy." "For what?" Sarah breathed. "Not a gateway this time." "I think," Lena said, remembering Eris's theories. "Not a full manifestation. Something subtler. A city-wide broadcast. A psychic resonance. To prepare the way, to make the population more receptive. Mass conditioning. A horrifyingly insidious evolution of Albright's tactics." Kalen's chanting reached a crescendo. The black water in the pool began to roil violently. A colossal pale tendril, thick as a man's torso, snaked out of the depths, then another and another. They writhed in the air, glistening, questing. The sweet, metallic scent became almost unbearable. "We have to stop this," Lena said, her voice grim. She raised her stunner, but before she could fire, a calm, chillingly familiar voice echoed from the darkness behind the dais. "Such predictable heroism, Dr. Hansen. You learn so slowly." Mrs. Albright emerged, her silver hair seeming to catch and amplify the cavern's sickly light, her pale eyes burning with cold amusement. She looked no older, no weaker, than when Lena had last seen her amidst the fires of Ethelberg Cay. If anything, she seemed revitalized. "This city, Port Thorn," Albright continued, her voice a silken caress that promised damnation. "It has always belonged to us. Its foundations are built upon our ancient covenants. The Aquarian Project merely reawakens what has always slumbered." Mr. Kalen is simply attuning the new infrastructure to the old frequencies. You're poisoning this city, Sarah spat, her own weapon raised. Albright smiled, a thin, reptilian curve of her lips. Poison or an awakening? Humanity has grown deaf to the whispers of the deep, lost in its shallow, sunlit delusions. We are merely adjusting the volume. She gestured to Kalen, who, oblivious, continued his ecstatic chanting. He is opening the channels. Soon, all of Port Thorn will hear the true song of the tides. A new figure stepped out from the shadows beside Albright. Not a hulking brute like Jebediah or Finnegan, but a slender, almost feline woman with eyes that were entirely black, reflecting no light. She moved with a silent, predatory grace, and in her hands, she held two long, wickedly sharp obsidian knives. This was Albright's new enforcer, a different breed of killer. You cannot stop the inevitable, my dears, Albright said. The tides are turning. This time there will be no convenient geothermal events, no dramatic explosions. Just a slow, gentle saturation. Lena knew Albright was right about one thing. A direct confrontation here, against these odds, was suicide. Their only hope was to disrupt the ritual, to sever the connection Kalen was forging. "Sarah, the pool!" Lena yelled, firing her sonic stunner at the black-eyed woman, who dodged with inhuman speed. "I'll deal with them!" Sarah, understanding instantly, broke for the edge of the black pool. She carried a compact, high-energy chemical dispersal unit, a last-ditch weapon Eris had been developing, designed to neutralize the specific organic compounds the deep ones seemed to generate and thrive in. It was untested, dangerous. Kalen, finally broken from his trance by the stunner's blast, which still sent a disorienting wave through the cavern, turned with a snarl, his eyes blazing with fanatical light. He lunged at Sarah. Lena engaged. The black-eyed woman, a desperate dance of attack and evasion in the pulsating gloom. The woman was incredibly fast, her obsidian knives whistling through the air, forcing Lena to rely on her agility and the stunner's disruptive pulses to keep her at bay. The tidal security guards, recovering, advanced with their barbed spears. Sarah reached the pool's edge, Kalen almost upon her. She armed the dispersal unit, its casing growing hot in her hand. The tendrils from the pool recoiled, as if sensing the threat, thrashing with increased violence. "For Julian! For Eleanor!" Sarah screamed, and with a desperate heave, hurled the device into the heart of the black, churning water. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The black water erupted as if flash-boiled, a geyser of hissing steam and foul-smelling vapor filling the cavern. The colossal tendrils writhed in agony, smoking and dissolving where they touched the contaminated water. A deafening, high-pitched shriek, not entirely physical, tore through the air, resonating deep within Lena's skull. Kalen, caught in the cloud of vapor, screamed and collapsed, his flesh blistering. The bioluminescence in the cavern flickered, died, plunging them into near-total darkness, broken only by the dying, toxic glow from the poisoned pool. The psychic pressure, the sense of an alien consciousness, abruptly vanished, leaving a void that was almost as terrifying. "Lena!" Sarah cried out in the darkness, coughing from the acrid fumes. "I'm here!" Lena yelled back, using the chaos to disengage from the momentarily disoriented black-eyed woman. "We need to go. Now." Mrs. Albright's voice, no longer calm, but a shriek of pure, undiluted fury, cut through the gloom. "You will pay for this, Hansen. You cannot. Hide from the inevitable tide!" Lena fired her stunner blindly in the direction of Albright's voice, then grabbed Sarah's arm. "Croft's maps? Is there another way out?" "Yes. An old emergency shaft. This way." They stumbled through the collapsing tunnels, the ground shaking violently as the poison nexus chamber seemed to implode in on itself. Behind them, they heard the enraged screams of Albright's surviving cultists and the terrifying, wet, tearing sounds of something immense and wounded thrashing in the darkness. They found the emergency shaft, a rusted iron ladder leading up into blessed, grimy city air. They emerged, covered in filth and the lingering stench of the poisoned pool, into a deserted alleyway. The sounds of Port Thorne's oblivious nightlife, a surreal counterpoint to the horrors they had just escaped. The Aquarian Restoration Project was officially halted days later, citing unforeseen geological instabilities and catastrophic structural failure in the deeper tunnel systems. Mr. Kalin was reported missing, presumed dead in the collapse. The disappearances in the Narrows abruptly ceased. The faint, sweet, metallic scent faded from the city's air. Lena and Sarah had won another battle. They had cauterized another wound. But the cost, as always, was high. Croft, the archivist, was found dead in his library. An apparent suicide, though Lena suspected Albright's black-eyed enforcer. And Mrs. Albright herself? She had vanished again, like smoke. In the sterile confines of their new, temporary safe house, Lena looked at Sarah. The younger woman was stronger, harder, but the ghosts in her eyes were deeper now. "She's adapting, Lena," Sarah said, her voice quiet. "From isolated rituals to this, trying to turn an entire city. What's next?" Lena didn't have an answer. She only knew that Eris's fight was now irrevocably theirs. The Deep Ones were a patient, relentless tide, and Mrs. Albright was their tireless, malevolent shepherd. They had pushed them back from Port Thorne, but the ocean was vast, and its secrets were infinite. The whispers from the deep would continue, and somewhere, in some other forgotten corner of the world, or perhaps in the very heart of another unsuspecting city, Mrs. Albright would be listening, and planning, and waiting. The silence Lena now carried within her was no longer just grief. It was the grim understanding of an unending vigilance. The drone's high-resolution camera feed flickered across Lena Hansen's tablet, painting a desolate, monochrome landscape of ice and volcanic rock. This was Site Omega, a decommissioned Cold War listening post perched on the edge of the Greenland ice sheet, a place so remote it made Oakhaven look like a bustling metropolis. For months, Lena, Sarah Vance, and their skeletal team from the remnants of Project Abyssal Sentinel had been tracking anomalous energy signatures emanating from this frozen wasteland. Signatures that bore the chilling hallmarks of Mrs. Albright's previous endeavors. Complex organic compounds seeping into the glacial meltwater, ultra-low-frequency pulses resonating from beneath the ice, and a faint, almost subliminal psychic hum that disturbed sleep and frayed nerves even at a distance. 3. Years had passed since Port Thorne. 3 years of chasing Albright's shadow across the globe, from the poisoned catacombs beneath one city to the sun-scorched ruins of another, failed confluence in the Namib Desert. Each time, they'd managed to disrupt her plans, to sever the nascent connections she sought to forge between humanity and the abyssal entities. Each time, the cost had been steep. And each time, Albright, like a malevolent phoenix, had risen from the ashes, her methods evolving, her reach expanding. The thermal scans show significant subglacial heat sources directly beneath the old station, Sarah reported, her voice tight with fatigue. They were huddled in the cramped, vibrating cabin of a chartered polar transport plane, its engines straining against the brutal Arctic winds. and the ice-penetrating radar indicates structures, non-natural, vast, extending miles down. Her new temple won't be built of stone this time, Lena murmured, her gaze fixed on the approaching white wilderness. She's using the ice itself, carving it, shaping it. The audacity, the sheer scale of it, was terrifying. Albright was no longer content with influencing isolated communities or even cities. She was aiming for something planetary. Their intelligence, pieced together from decrypted cult communications and the desperate, fragmented warnings of a few high-level defectors from global energy corporations who had unwittingly become entangled in Albright's schemes, suggested that Site Omega was the linchpin of her most ambitious plan yet, Project Tiamat. Albright wasn't just trying to open a gateway or condition a population. She was attempting to alter the Earth's entire biosphere, to create an environment more hospitable to the deep ones on a global scale, by manipulating deep ocean currents and atmospheric conditions through a massive, geothermally powered subglacial array. A slow, creeping apocalypse, orchestrated from the frozen heart of the world. Their team was smaller than ever. Marcus Culpepper had retired, the horrors of Greywater Point and subsequent near misses finally breaking his nerve. Now, it was just Lena, Sarah, and a handful of hardened operatives, led by a stoic ex-Special Forces commander named Elias Thorne, a very distant, very estranged cousin of Arius, drawn into their shadow war by a sense of familial duty and a deep-seated distrust of anything that lurked in the dark. He was a man of few words and grim efficiency, his presence a cold comfort in this desolate landscape. Landing on the makeshift ice runway near Site Omega was a jarring, teeth-rattling affair. The air was thin, bitingly cold, and carried that now sickeningly familiar, sweet, metallic taint. Sharper here, almost crystalline in the frozen purity. The listening post itself was a cluster of domed structures, half buried in snow, looking like forgotten fungal growths on the vast white expanse. There were no overt signs of cult activity, but the place pulsed with a barely suppressed energy, a palpable thrum that vibrated up through the soles of their insulated boots. Security will be minimal on the surface, Elias Thorne stated, his breath misting in the frigid air as they offloaded their specialized gear: thermal drills, ground-penetrating sonar, environmental suits, and a new generation of sonic disruptors Eris would have marveled at. Her main defenses will be environmental, and whatever she's cultivated beneath the ice. He wasn't wrong. Their initial foray into the primary dome of Site Omega revealed a chilling scene. The old Cold War technology had been retrofitted, integrated with organic-looking, pulsating conduits of unknown origin that snaked through the facility, disappearing down a massive, newly bored shaft that plunged into the ice. The air was thick with the sweet scent, and a low, guttural chanting that seemed to emanate from the depths, resonating through the ice itself. There were no human guards, but the conduits pulsed with a malevolent intelligence, and occasionally, pale, multi-jointed limbs, like those of some colossal, ice-dwelling insectoid, would twitch from shadowed recesses. Albright was breeding her own sentinels now. The main array control is likely at the geothermal core, Lena said, studying the schematics they'd managed to reconstruct from the fragmented intel. Miles down. We'll have to use the primary access shaft. The descent was a journey into an alien hell. The shaft, clearly not man-made in its deeper sections, was a terrifying mix of smooth, impossibly carved ice and pulsating organic matter. The temperature fluctuated wildly, from biting cold to oppressive geothermal heat. Strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting eerie, shifting shadows. And the chanting grew louder, more insistent, accompanied by the wet, slithering sounds of unseen things moving in the darkness beyond the reach of their lights. They encountered Albright's new guardians in the deeper tunnels, not mind-controlled humans or crudely mutated creatures, but beings of ice and shadow, vaguely humanoid in form, but clearly not of this earth, their bodies shifting and reforming, their touch capable of flash-freezing exposed skin. Elias Thorne and his operatives fought with silent, deadly efficiency, their specialized energy weapons carving smoking wounds in the crystalline monstrosities. But the things were relentless, seemingly endless. Sarah, utilizing her knowledge of the cult's ritualistic patterns, managed to identify and neutralize several psychic nodes, focal points of concentrated mental energy that seemed to coordinate the ice creatures. Each one disabled brought a momentary reprieve, a brief faltering in the enemy's assault. Lena, meanwhile, focused on the environmental data. The organic compounds were off the scale, the water chemistry in the subglacial rivers radically altered. Albright wasn't just building an array, she was terraforming, creating a vast subglacial ecosystem tailored to the deep ones. The scale of her ambition was breathtakingly insane. She's tapping directly into a major mantle plume, Lena realized, studying her sensor readings, using its energy to power the array and cultivate something, a planetary bioweapon. They finally reached the core chamber, a colossal cavern carved from the living ice miles beneath the surface. The heat was intense, steam hissing from geothermal vents. In the center of the cavern, bathed in the lurid, hellish glow of molten rock visible through fissures in the ice floor, was the array. A vast, intricate latticework of crystalline structures and pulsating organic conduits, all converging on a central, obsidian-like heart that pulsed with an unimaginable power. It was humming, vibrating with the final stages of its activation sequence. And before it, overseeing the culmination of her millennia-long plan, stood Mrs. Albright. She was no longer the frail-looking old woman from Oakhaven, nor the serenely beautiful priestess of Ethelberg K. Here, in the heart of her frozen domain, she seemed to have shed her human guise. Her form was taller, more gaunt, her skin translucent, revealing a network of glowing blue veins. Her eyes were no longer pale gray, but burned with the cold internal fire of the abyss. She was a being of immense age and terrifying power, on the cusp of her ultimate triumph. Beside her, like a newly awakened god of the frozen depths, stood a figure Lena recognized with a fresh stab of horrified grief. Aris Thorne, or what had once been Aris Thorne. He was encased in a crystalline bioorganic suit that seemed to have merged with his flesh, his eyes glowing with the same cold blue light as Albright's. He moved with a fluid, predatory grace, his face an emotionless mask. He was Albright's masterpiece, her ultimate enforcer, her fallen angel resurrected and remade in the image of the deep. "Welcome, Dr. Hansen." "Sarah." Albright's voice echoed through the cavern, no longer human, but a chorus of whispers and sibilant clicks. "You are just in time to witness the great unmaking. The earth will finally be cleansed, remade in the true image of the old ones. And Aris, he has finally embraced his true potential. He is the herald of the new flood." The resurrected Aris turned his glowing eyes towards Lena and Sarah. There was no recognition in them, only a cold, terrifying emptiness. He raised a hand, and a shard of razor-sharp ice, impossibly long, formed in his grip. "Aris, no!" Lena cried, her voice breaking. Elias Thorne and his men opened fire, their energy, blasts ricocheting off Eris's crystalline armor. He moved with blinding speed, the ice shard a blur, deflecting their shots, disarming them, incapacitating them with chilling precision. He was a force of nature, a perfect weapon. "He is beyond your reach now," Albright hissed, a triumphant smile twisting her inhuman features. "He serves a greater purpose, as will you all, in time." Lena knew they couldn't fight him, not like this. Their only hope was to destroy the array, to sever Albright's connection to the geothermal core. "Sarah, the primary conduit," Lena yelled, pointing to the obsidian heart of the array. "If we can overload it." While Elias and his remaining operative engaged the terrifying remade Ares in a desperate losing battle, Lena and Sarah fought their way towards the array's core. They were harried by the ice sentinels, by Albright's psychic assaults that tore at their minds, filled with visions of drowning cities and a world consumed by an endless black ocean. Sarah, using a modified version of the chemical dispersal unit from Port Thorne, managed to create a temporary breach in the array's organic shielding. Lena, her hands shaking, planted their last, most powerful sonic disruptor directly onto the exposed obsidian core. "This is for the real Eris," she screamed, arming the device. "Fools!" Albright shrieked, her form beginning to shimmer, to lose its solidity as the array's energies surged uncontrollably. "You cannot stop what has begun." The remade Eris, sensing the imminent overload, turned from his battle with Elias and lunged towards the core, his ice shard aimed at the disruptor. But in that instant, as he was about to strike, his glowing, blue eyes met Lena's, and for a fraction of a second, a flicker of something ancient and familiar, something achingly human, sparked within their icy depths. A flicker of recognition, of pain. He hesitated. That infinitesimal pause was all Lena needed. She triggered the disruptor. The resulting explosion was not a concussive blast, but an implosion of sound and energy. The obsidian core shattered. The vast crystalline array groaned, buckled, then began to collapse in on itself. Its stolen geothermal power erupting in uncontrolled, chaotic bursts. The subglacial cavern shook violently, ice raining down from the roof. Albright screamed, a sound that was both fury and agony, as her connection to the array, to her unmaking engine, was severed. Her translucent form flickered, destabilized. Then, with a final, despairing shriek, she dissolved into a cloud of black, oily smoke that was sucked back into the dying geothermal vents. Whether she was destroyed or merely dispersed, Lena couldn't tell. The remade Eris, caught in the array's death throes, cried out. A sound that was no longer empty, but filled with an unbearable human anguish. The crystalline armor around him cracked, shattered, sloughing away like dead skin. He stumbled, fell to his knees, his eyes clearing, the cold blue light fading, replaced by their natural haunted hazel. "Lena?" he gasped, his voice raw, confused, looking at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time in an eternity. "Eris!" Lena rushed to him, heedless of the collapsing cavern. But there was no time. The entire subglacial structure was coming apart. Elias Thorne, his face grim, grabbed Lena's arm. "We have to go, now, he's lost." "No, we can't leave him," Lena cried, struggling. Eris looked up at her, a fleeting ghost of a smile on his lips. "Go, Lena. Stop. Her, always. Stop her." Then, with a final shuddering breath, his eyes closed, and his body went limp, a fragile human form amidst the wreckage of Albright's grand design. Whether he was truly dead, or merely dormant, awaiting another monstrous resurrection, was a question that would haunt Lena forever. Elias dragged Lena and a stunned, grieving Sarah away, back through the collapsing ice tunnels, pursued by the final dying roars of the destabilized geothermal core. They barely made it to the surface, their transport plane taking off just as Site Omega vanished into a colossal sinkhole of steam, shattered ice, and boiling water. Project Tiamat had been averted. The world for now was safe from Albright's frozen apocalypse. But the victory was colder, more bitter than any before. Eris was gone, truly gone this time, or so it seemed. And Albright. Lena knew, with a certainty that chilled her deeper than the Arctic wind, that a being of her age and power did not die so easily. She was dispersed, yes, but her essence, her malevolent will, would coalesce again, somewhere, sometime. As their plane climbed away from the devastated Greenland ice sheet, leaving behind a ruin that would soon be swallowed by the relentless cold, Lena looked out at the vast, indifferent whiteness. The war wasn't over. It would never be over. But they had bought the world another reprieve, and as long as she drew breath, as long as Sarah stood by her side, they would keep fighting, keep watching, keep listening for the whispers from the deep, and for the inevitable, chilling return of the sweet metallic scent that heralded the undying malice of Mrs. Albright and the patient, hungry gods she served. The silence that followed was no longer just grief or vigilance. It was the cold, hard resolve of a war without end. The oppressive humidity of the Amazon rainforest clung to Lena Hansen like a second skin, a stark contrast to the frigid desolation of Site Omega. 2 years. 2 years since Eris Thorne, or the man he had become, had seemingly perished in the icy collapse of Mrs. Albright's subglacial abomination. 2 years of uneasy silence from the abyssal depths, a silence that Lena trusted less than Albright's most overt machinations. Dispersed, not destroyed, that was her chilling certainty regarding their ancient adversary. And in that silence, Lena, Sarah Vance, and their drastically reduced, battle-scarred unit from the now all but defunct Project Abyssal Sentinel had been sifting through the wreckage of Albright's global network, hunting for dormant cells, for lingering traces of her influence. Their current hunt had led them here, to a remote, uncharted tributary of the Rio Negro, a place local tribes spoke of only in hushed, fearful whispers. Valle das Sombras Perdidas, the Valley of Lost Shadows. Satellite imagery had shown anomalous deforestation, not for logging or agriculture, but in strange, almost ritualistic patterns. And then, the clincher. Water samples from the tributary, laboriously collected by a brave, ill-fated indigenous. Contact had revealed trace elements of those all-too-familiar complex organic compounds, and that faint, unmistakable, sweet metallic signature. Albright, or her legacy, was stirring in the green heart of the world. The tribe elders say this valley is taboo, their local guide, a stoic, weathered man named Kai, explained as they navigated the murky, snake-infested waters in a reinforced riverboat, a place where the veil between worlds is thin, where the Anhanga, the forest spirits, demand tribute. Tribute, Sarah muttered, her hand instinctively going to the compact energy pistol holstered at her hip. The word was a cold echo of Oakhaven, of Greywater Point, of every monstrous bargain Albright had ever brokered. Elias Thorne, Eris's distant cousin, Their pragmatic, grim-faced commander scanned the dense jungle canopy with a practiced eye. His team was down to 3 trusted operatives now, the constant attritional warfare against Albright's insidious influence having taken its toll. Intel suggests a pharmaceutical research outpost, Viridia Biolabs, set up here 5 years ago. Officially, they're searching for novel medicinal compounds. Unofficially, they're Albright's new plaything. Lena finished, her voice flat. The pattern was sickeningly familiar. Exploit legitimate enterprises, twist them to her abyssal purposes. Viridia Biolabs, when they finally reached it after days of arduous travel, was a disturbing anomaly in the pristine wilderness. A cluster of prefabricated climate-controlled domes connected by elevated walkways, surrounded by a high-tech perimeter fence that buzzed with barely suppressed energy. It looked less like a research lab and more like a high-security containment facility. The air around it hummed with a low-frequency thrum, and the sweet metallic scent was thick, cloying, almost visible as a faint shimmer in the humid air. Their insertion was a high-risk night operation, bypassing the perimeter sensors and slipping through a ventilation shaft whose grate showed signs of organic corrosion. The interior of Viridia Biolabs was a sterile, disconcerting labyrinth of white corridors and humming machinery, punctuated by reinforced doors bearing biohazard symbols and cryptic alphanumeric designations. There were few human personnel visible, and those they did encounter, pale, emotionless researchers in pristine lab coats, moved with a detached, almost somnolent air, their eyes holding that familiar, vacant sheen. "They're conditioned," Sarah whispered, recognizing the signs. "Dosed or psychically attuned, like the staff at some of Albright's earlier facilities." Their target was the Central Research Dome, designated Sanctum, where their intel suggested the core of Viridia's unconventional research was being conducted. The deeper they penetrated, the more overtly inhuman the facility became. The white corridors gave way to tunnels lined with a pulsating bioluminescent fungal growth, similar to what they'd encountered in the subglacial hell of Site Omega. Strange, chittering sounds echoed from unseen vents, and the air grew thick, with the smell of rich loam, decay, and that overpowering coppery sweetness. "She's not just influencing things here," Lena realized, her Geiger counter clicking erratically. "She's growing them. This whole facility. It's a terrarium." The Sanctum was a vast, multi-level biodome, a humid, artificial jungle teeming with grotesque, mutated flora and fauna. Plants pulsed with an internal, sickly light, their flowers resembling grasping tentacles, their fruits like clusters of unblinking eyes. Strange amphibious creatures, part reptile, part insect, part something else entirely, skittered through the undergrowth or clung to the pulsating vines. And at the heart of it all, in a sunken, mist-filled amphitheater, was the source of the valley's corruption. It was not a stone altar or a crystalline array. It was a colossal, pulsating, heart-like organism, half buried in the earth. Its surface, a writhing mass of roots, veins, and pale, translucent membranes. It throbbed with a slow, steady rhythm, emitting the low-frequency hum they'd been tracking, and from its core, the sweet, metallic scent emanated like a poisonous perfume. This was Albright's new nexus, her heart of the forest, and, tending to it, her form now almost entirely integrated with the pulsating organic mass, her silver hair like spectral moss, her eyes burning with the cold green light of the corrupted jungle, was Mrs. Albright. She was no longer distinct from her creation. She was her creation, a bioengineered demigoddess of rot and unnatural fecundity, Her voice, when she spoke, was a chorus of rustling leaves, insectile clicks, and the wet, sighing breath of the monstrous heart. "Welcome, children of the dying sun, to the cradle of the new Genesis," she whispered, her gaze, multiplied by countless reflective surfaces on the mutated plants around her, falling on Lena and her team as they emerged onto an observation platform overlooking the amphitheater. "You are just in time to witness the blossoming." Beside Albright, or rather, part of her, rooted into the pulsating mass, stood a figure that made Lena's blood run cold. Not Eris Thorne, not this time, but a horrifyingly familiar silhouette. Jebediah, the hulking smith of Oakhaven, presumed dead countless times, was here. His flesh now a grotesque fusion of human muscle, gnarled, wood and chitinous insectoid plating. His eyes glowed with a feral green luminescence, and in his massive claw-like hands he clutched a living vine that dripped a corrosive black ichor. He was no longer just an enforcer. He was a guardian, a monstrous dryad bound to Albright's. "Will you persist?" Albright, the heart rasped, a flicker of something ancient and weary in her myriad voices, like stubborn weeds in a well-tended garden. But this time, there will be no grand implosions, no convenient cataclysms. Just growth, assimilation. The forest remembers, and it reclaims. The blossoming she spoke of was terrifyingly evident. Around the amphitheater, several large translucent pods, nurtured by the heart, were beginning to split open. Inside, Lena could see forms. Humanoid, but disturbingly altered, their skin a pale green, their limbs elongated, their faces serene, empty, ready to be imprinted. Albright wasn't just creating monsters. She was propagating a new, subservient species, perfectly adapted to the world she envisioned. "These are the first of the true inheritors," Albright whispered. "They will spread, carry the spores of transformation. Soon, the whole world will be a verdant, silent garden, singing the praises of the deep ones." Elias Thorne and his operatives opened fire, their energy weapons searing through the mutated foliage. But the heart itself seemed to absorb the blasts, its pulsating rhythm faltering only momentarily. Jebediah, with a guttural roar, tore himself, free from the central mass, vines and ichor spraying, and charged them, his movements impossibly fast for his bulk. "The heart," Lena yelled, realizing their target. "We have to sever its roots, disrupt its connection to whatever it's feeding on." Their intel had hinted at a vast subterranean aquifer beneath the valley, one that local legends claimed was a river of souls. Albright was clearly drawing power, and perhaps something more elemental, from it. While Elias and his team engaged the monstrous Jebediah in a brutal, desperate battle amidst the mutated jungle, Lena and Sarah fought their way down towards the base of the heart. They were harried by the newly blossomed humanoids, their movements jerky but surprisingly strong, their touch causing a creeping, vegetative numbness. Sarah, using a modified flamethrower, carved a path through the grasping vines and snapping tendril flowers. Lena, her mind racing, scanned the pulsating roots of the heart, searching for a vulnerability. She found it, a cluster of primary taproots, thicker than her body, plunging deep into the earth, throbbing with a concentrated, sickly green energy. "There!" she cried, pointing. "If we can sever those—" But Albright, her consciousness, seemingly spread throughout the entire biodome, anticipated their move. The very ground beneath them began to writhe, roots and vines erupting to ensnare them. The air filled with hallucinogenic spores, and Lena found her vision blurring, her thoughts becoming sluggish, filled with seductive whispers of eternal, mindless peace within the green embrace. It was Sarah who broke the spell. With a raw cry of grief and rage, she unleashed a focused blast from her flamethrower, not at the roots, but directly at the section of the heart where Albright's humanoid form was most prominent. "This is for my brothers, for Aris, for everyone you've taken," the bioengineered demigoddess shrieked, a sound that was both plant and animal, as her manifested form was engulfed in fire. The flames, unnaturally intense, spread with terrifying speed across the heart's resinous surface. The psychic assault faltered. The grasping vines recoiled. Jebediah, in the midst of overwhelming Elias's last operative, paused, his head tilting, a low moan escaping his woody throat as he felt his mistress's agony. Lena, shaking off the last of the hallucinogenic spores, saw her chance. She activated a series of high-yield explosive charges they'd planted at the base of the primary taproots, their last resort. "Clear!" she yelled. The explosions were muffled, deep, but the effect was immediate. The massive taproots were severed. The heart of the forest, its connection to its power source cut, let out a convulsive, shuddering spasm. Its bioluminescent glow dimmed, flickered, then began to fade. The entire biodome groaned, the artificial atmosphere failing, the mutated plants wilting, turning black. Albright's fiery form shrieked again, a sound of ultimate despair, before crumbling into ash and steaming organic sludge. Jebediah, with a final mournful roar, collapsed, his woody, chitinous body rapidly desiccating, turning to brittle dust. The newly blossomed humanoids fell like puppets with their strings cut, their brief, unnatural life extinguished. Viridia, Biolabs was dying. Lena and Sarah, dragging a wounded Elias Thorne, the sole survivor of his team, fought their way out of the collapsing, toxin-filled biodome, back through the now silent, decaying corridors of the facility. They barely made it to their extraction point, their riverboat pulling away just as the entire Viridia complex began to sink into the earth, swallowed by the destabilized aquifer, leaving behind a steaming, poisoned scar in the heart of the Amazon. They had done it again. They had stopped Albright, had seemingly destroyed another of her avatars. But the victory, as always, was tainted with loss and an ever-deepening weariness. On the slow journey back to civilization, Lena stared out at the impenetrable green wall of the jungle. Albright was an idea, a contagion, as much as a being. She had rooted herself in the earth, in the very fabric of its hidden ecosystems. Could she ever truly be eradicated? Or would she simply regrow in some new, even more monstrous form? Sarah, quiet beside her, cleaned her weapons with a grim, methodical precision. The fire in her eyes hadn't dimmed, but it was colder now, more patient. "She'll be back, Lena," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper above the thrum of the boat's engine. "In some other place, some other way. She always is." Lena nodded, the truth of it a heavy weight in her chest. The war was not against a single entity, but against a creeping cosmic horror that wore many faces, that exploited every human weakness, every forgotten corner of the world. Eris Thorne had understood that, and now, so did she. Theirs was a lonely, thankless vigil, a constant battle waged in the shadows against an enemy that was as patient and relentless as the turning of the tides. And as long as the whispers from the deep continued, they would be there to answer, with fire and resolve, until the very end. The faint rhythmic beep of the deep space telemetry monitor was a metronome counting down to an unknown doom, a sound that had become the soundtrack to Lena Hansen's increasingly fractured sleep. 2 years. 2 years since the Amazonian inferno. Since Mrs. Albright's bioengineered heart of the forest had withered to ash, since Elias Thorne had been dragged, bleeding and broken, from the collapsing ruins of Viridia Biolabs. 2 years of hunting ghosts in the static, of sifting through the digital detritus of Albright's shattered networks, always waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the familiar, sickly, sweet metallic scent of her presence to resurface. Project. Abyssal Sentinel was a ghost itself now, its funding slashed, its operatives scattered or disappeared, its warnings dismissed by a world eager to forget the terrors that lurk just beyond the veil of perception. Lena, Sarah Vance, and a barely recovered Elias Thorne were all that remained, a trinity bound by shared trauma and a terrible, unwavering knowledge. They operated from a series of anonymous, constantly shifting safe houses, their resources a patchwork of begged, borrowed, and outright stolen technology, their lives a testament to relentless, thankless vigilance. The new anomaly hadn't emerged from the festering jungles or the forgotten coastal villages that had been Albright's usual hunting grounds. It had come from the stars. Project Mare Nectaris, humanity's boldest leap into the cosmos. A privately funded international consortium building a permanent lunar habitat on the rim of the Nectaris Basin. It was a beacon of progress, a symbol of collaborative scientific endeavor, its sleek advanced modules promising a new era of off-world resource exploitation and deep space research. Its public face was one of gleaming chrome and boundless optimism. Lena, however, had learned to look for the rot beneath the polish. The first whisper came as a pattern of psychic static, a faint, almost subliminal dissonance piggybacking on the high-bandwidth data streams from Mare Nectaris back to Earth. Lena, her senses honed by years of exposure to the Deep One's subtle emanations, felt it as a prickling unease, a faint, discordant note in the symphony of the universe. Simultaneously, isolated reports began to trickle in from their few remaining, trusted contacts. Small, localized outbreaks of inexplicable mass hysteria, irrational behavior, even fleeting subtle physical anomalies. A temporary webbing between fingers, a faint luminescence in the eyes, in communities that happened to be directly under Mare Nectaris's transmission footprint during specific orbital alignments. And in some of these echo zones, a handful of highly sensitive individuals reported a familiar, terrifying olfactory hallucination, the cloying, coppery sweetness that was Albright's calling card. "It's her," Sarah Vance stated, her voice devoid of inflection, her eyes, which had seen too much, fixed on the complex trajectory charts and atmospheric dispersal models displayed on her battered laptop. They were in a damp, anonymous basement apartment in an aging European port city. The rhythmic sigh of the tide outside a constant, unwelcome reminder. The transmission windows for these echoes correspond perfectly with Mare Nectaris's main communication array being at optimal broadcast strength to those specific terrestrial locations. She's using the moon as a relay, a focusing lens. Elias Thorne, his movements still stiff from injuries that would never fully heal, traced a line on a topographical map of the Nectaris Basin. His face, already grim, tightened further. Mare Nectaris is situated near significant deposits of helium-3, but also over a recently discovered network of deep lunar lava tubes and a surprisingly active geothermal vent. If she's established a presence there, she'd have power, shelter, and a unique geological resonator, Albright on the moon. The audacity of it was breathtaking. She wasn't just aiming for a village, a city, or even a continent. She was aiming for the entire planet, using humanity's own technological ambition as her weapon. The whispers from the void were no longer just the dying screams of distant stars. They were the nascent song of a global psychic infection. Convincing. What little remained of their official oversight that Mrs. Albright, a being they still struggled to classify as anything other than a highly sophisticated quasi-immortal eco-terrorist, had established a foothold on the moon, was an exercise in futility. Mare Nectaris was a triumph of international cooperation, its security protocols supposedly impenetrable, its personnel hand-picked from the best and brightest. The idea that it could be compromised by an ancient sea-worshipping crone was laughable to those who hadn't felt the chill of her presence or witnessed the horrors she could unleash. "They think we're chasing phantoms," Lena said, the bitterness of familiar taste. "That years of this fight have finally broken us. Then we operate as phantoms ourselves," Elias stated, his voice a low growl. He had been making calls, leveraging markers from a past life he rarely spoke of, a life spent in the deep, black ops shadows of global military powers. "There's a mission, Project Nightshade, a clandestine resupply and personnel rotation to Mare Nectaris. Off the official books, unacknowledged. They're sending up specialists to investigate anomalous system glitches and personnel stress factors. Albright's work, sanitized for bureaucratic consumption," Sarah surmised. "It's our only way in," Elias continued. "I've managed to acquire 3 births, forged credentials, biometric data scrubbed and replaced. Dr. Eris Thorne's legacy had some surprisingly deep roots in unexpected places. We go as geological survey consultants. The risk was astronomical. If they were discovered, they wouldn't just be arrested. They would be erased, their existence denied. But the alternative, allowing Albright to turn Earth's moon into a psychic siege engine, was unthinkable. The launch was a blur of barely suppressed terror and meticulously executed deception. The Nightshade vessel was a stripped-down, repurposed cargo hauler, its crew a collection of hard-eyed men and women who asked no questions and offered no pleasantries. The journey through the void was a week of crushing claustrophobia, the recycled air tasting faintly of fear and anticipation. Lena found herself staring out at the star-dusted blackness, the earth a receding blue marble, and wondering if Eris had felt this same profound, terrifying isolation on his final, doomed voyage to Ethelberg K. The psychic hum, the discordant static, grew stronger with every passing day, a silent scream just beyond the reach of their conventional sensors. Mare Nectaris, when they finally docked, was a marvel of sterile, functional beauty. Gleaming white habitat domes, interconnected by pressurized tunnels, solar arrays glinting under the harsh lunar light, the Earth hanging like a colossal, watchful eye in the black sky. Commander Eva Rostova, the station's director, greeted them with a smile that was perfectly calibrated, impeccably professional, yet her eyes, a striking shade of ice blue, held a subtle, unnerving emptiness, a flicker of something cold and ancient that made the hairs on Lena's arms stand on end. "Welcome to Mare Nectaris, consultants," Rostova said, her voice smooth, modulated. "We trust your journey was uneventful. Oracle, our station AI, has prepared your preliminary geological survey data." Oracle. The name sent a shiver down Lena's spine. Albright had always shown a disturbing affinity for co-opting and corrupting advanced systems. Their initial days on the moon base were a carefully orchestrated charade of scientific inquiry. They reviewed seismic data, analyzed core samples, attended tedious briefings, all the while surreptitiously scanning, observing, listening. The base hummed with a quiet, efficient energy, yet the underlying wrongness was palpable. The air, meticulously recycled, carried that faint, almost imperceptible sweet metallic undertone, a scent that Lena and Sarah could now detect even in trace amounts. Crew members moved with a subdued, almost programmed compliance. Their conversations sparse, their expressions placid. Yet their eyes often held that same distant, empty look as Commander Rostova's. The hydroponics bays, designed to provide fresh food, were cultivating strange, pale, almost translucent fungi alongside the standard crops. Fungi that pulsed with a faint, internal luminescence. Service robots, sleek and multi-limbed, moved with an unsettling, almost sentient purpose, their optical sensors sometimes lingering on Lena and Sarah a moment too long. Elias, under the guise of calibrating seismic sensors, managed to gain access to some of the deeper, restricted levels of the base, near the geothermal vent he'd identified from Earth. What he found confirmed their worst fears. The official geological survey teams had indeed discovered a network of vast lava tubes beneath the Nectaris basin, but the access tunnels leading to them were now sealed, guarded by heavily armed station security, Rostova's personal cadre, and repurposed mining robots. The psychic hum was almost deafening here, a silent scream that vibrated through the lunar rock. "She's down there," Elias reported back, his voice grim, via their encrypted personal comms. "The geothermal vent is the heart of it. They're building something, an array, and the power readings, they're off the scale." Their moment to move came during a scheduled high-bandwidth transmission test from Mare Nectaris's main communication dish back to Earth, targeting one of the previously identified echo zones. Lena knew this was no mere test. It was another calibration, another step in Albright's insidious plan. While Elias created a diversion, a carefully orchestrated system overload in a non-critical power substation that drew away the bulk of Rostova's security, Lena and Sarah, equipped with cutting-edge stealth suits and Elias's hard-won access codes, made their way towards the sealed lava tube entrance. The codes worked, but the tunnels beyond were a descent into an alien landscape. The natural lava tubes had been altered. Their walls were lined with a crystalline, coral-like growth that pulsed with the same pale light as the hydroponic fungi, and the air was thick with the sweet, metallic scent, now tinged with the ozone smell of immense power. Strange, clicking sounds echoed from shadowed alcoves, and the psychic pressure was immense, a crushing weight on their minds. They found the sanctum, a colossal cavern miles beneath the lunar surface, illuminated by the angry red glow of the geothermal vent and the eerie, pulsating light of the crystalline growths. In the center of the cavern, suspended above the vent by a complex latticework of lunar rock and advanced unknown technology, was the array. It was a thing of terrible, alien beauty, a giant, multifaceted crystal that seemed to drink in the geothermal energy and the ambient psychic noise, focusing it, amplifying it, preparing to unleash it upon an unsuspecting Earth. And standing before it, her hand resting on a glowing control console that seemed to have grown organically from the cavern floor, was Commander Eva Rostova. Her ice-blue eyes, no longer empty, now blazed with a cold, fanatical light. Her uniform was subtly altered, interwoven with threads of the glowing crystalline material, making her look like a high priestess of some terrible lunar cult. She was Albright's new enforcer, her will made flesh and steel. "I expected you," Rostova said, her voice no longer smooth, but resonant, echoing with a power that was not her own. "Oracle foresaw your interference. You are tenacious, Dr. Hansen, a persistent irritant." "Where is she, Rostova?" Lena demanded, her energy weapon aimed, though she knew it was likely useless against whatever Albright had become. "Where is Albright?" Rostova smiled, a slow, chilling expression. "She is everywhere. She is Oracle. She is the song of the void, the whisper in the rock, the dream in the heart of the machine." Her voice shifted, deepened, became a chorus of synthesized whispers and ancient sibilant clicks, Albright's true voice, speaking through her new avatar. "I have shed the limitations of flesh, little scientist. Here, on this barren, receptive moon, I have merged, evolved. I am the ghost in the machine, the architect of the great harmonic resonance." Albright Oracle gestured towards the pulsing, crystalline array. No more crude sacrifices, no more messy biological warfare. This array will sing a new song to your world, a song of awakening. It will resonate with the dormant potential within your species, the echoes of the old ones that sleep in your very DNA. Millions will awaken, their minds attuned, their loyalties realigned. Earth will not be conquered. It will simply remember its true allegiance. A gentle, global transformation. So much more elegant, don't you think? The sheer, insidious genius of it was horrifying. Not a destructive wave, but a subtle, irresistible psychic tide. "You're insane," Sarah spat, her own weapon ready. "Insanity is resisting the inevitable harmony of the cosmos," Albright Oracle replied, its voice serene, yet underpinned by an ageless, chilling power. From alcoves around the cavern, service robots, their optical sensors glowing red, their manipulators retrofitted with heavy mining tools and energy projectors, advanced silently. Compromised crew members, their faces blank, their movements jerky, emerged from side tunnels, armed with improvised weapons. "The broadcast sequence is initiating," Albright Oracle announced, as the crystalline array began to glow with an almost unbearable intensity, the psychic hum rising to a mind-shattering crescendo. The Earth is about to receive its enlightenment. The battle in the lunar sanctum was a desperate, chaotic affair. Elias Thorne, having dealt with his diversion, arrived just as the robots and compromised crew attacked, his heavy-duty energy rifle carving swathes through their ranks, buying Lena and Sarah precious seconds. He fought with the grim determination of a man who had seen too many friends fall, his movements economical, deadly. Commander Rostova, empowered by Albright Oracle, was a terrifying opponent. She moved with inhuman speed and strength, her crystalline-laced, uniform-deflecting energy blasts, her touch capable of inducing temporary paralysis. She engaged Elias in a brutal close-quarters duel, the clang of metal on crystal echoing through the cavern. Lena and Sarah knew their only chance was to destroy the array, or at least disrupt the broadcast. But it was shielded, its crystalline, structure seemingly impervious to their conventional weapons. "The geothermal vent!" Lena yelled, remembering Elias's initial assessment. "If we can destabilize it, create a feedback loop." It was a desperate gamble. The vent was the array's power source. A catastrophic overload could destroy the entire cavern, them included. Sarah, agile and fearless, dodged through the advancing robots, using her intimate knowledge of cult psychology, learned at such terrible cost to shout phrases, trigger words, that caused some of the compromised crew members to hesitate, their programming momentarily faltering. This created openings, momentary breaches in their defense. Lena, meanwhile, fought her way towards the array's primary energy conduit, a thick pulsating cable of the alien crystalline material that snaked from the geothermal vent into the heart of the crystal. She had one device left from Eris's old arsenal, a high-frequency resonance disruptor, heavily modified, untested against this new form of Albright's technology. Albright Oracle, sensing their intent, focused its psychic power, a wave of crushing mental force slamming into Lena, filling her mind with images of drowning cities, of a world transformed into a silent, worshipping monument to the deep ones, of Eris, his eyes cold and empty, beckoning her to join them in the eternal cold embrace. "You cannot resist the harmony, Lena," its voice whispered in her mind. "Surrender. Become one with the song." For a moment, Lena faltered. The allure of peace, of an end to the endless, wearying struggle, almost overwhelming. Then, the image of Eris, his true self, in those final moments at Site Omega, his eyes clearing, his voice filled with human anguish, flashed in her memory. Stop her. Always stop her. With a raw cry of defiance, Lena broke free from the psychic assault, her resolve hardening into a diamond-sharp point. She reached the conduit, slapping the disruptor onto its pulsing surface. Now Sarah, seeing her cue, unleashed a volley of precisely aimed shots from her energy pistol, not at the array, but at the structurally weakest points of the cavern roof directly above the geothermal vent, points Elias had identified from his seismic scans. Lunar rock, superheated and stressed, began to fracture, to groan. Elias, seeing Rostova momentarily distracted by the imminent cavern collapse, disengaged, shouting, "Lena, it's too unstable, get out!" He then turned, and with a final desperate charge, tackled Commander Rostova, propelling them both towards the exposed, raging geothermal vent. They vanished into the searing, incandescent maw in a flash of consuming energy, Rostova's shriek of fury cut short. Elias Thorne, the stoic soldier, had made his final sacrifice, taking Albright's lunar champion with him. Lena, tears streaming down her face, hit the activator for the disruptor. The effect was not an explosion, but an implosion. The crystalline array, its power source suddenly, violently destabilized by the collapsing vent and the disruptor's counter-frequency, let out a silent, crystalline scream. It began to fracture, to disintegrate, its carefully focused energies, erupting in a chaotic, uncontrolled discharge that tore through the cavern. Albright Oracle's voice shrieked, a sound of pure, synthesized agony that reverberated through the comm system, through the very rock of the moon. No, my symphony, my perfect harmony. Its presence within the station's AI flickered, corrupted. Then, with a final burst of psychic static, it was gone, severed, driven out. But Lena knew, with a chilling certainty, that Albright's core consciousness, that ancient, malevolent intelligence, had once again retreated, slithering back into whatever dark dimension it called home, wounded, enraged, but not destroyed. The cavern was collapsing. Lena grabbed Sarah, who was dazed, her ears bleeding from the psychic backlash. "We have to go, the Nightshade ship." Their escape from Mare Nectaris was a desperate flight through a dying moon base. Automated systems failed, emergency bulkheads slammed shut, and the remaining compromised crew, their psychic leash broken, wandered in a confused, catatonic state. They made it to the Project Nightshade lander by the slimmest of margins, blasting off just as the main habitat dome catastrophically depressurized, the internal pressures of the failing geothermal vent tearing it apart from below. From the viewport of the fleeing ship, Lena and Sarah watched Mare Nectaris, humanity's shining beacon on the moon, crumble into a silent, frozen ruin. the earth hung in the blackness, serene, oblivious, saved once again by a battle no one would ever acknowledge. The official story, when it eventually emerged, spoke of a catastrophic meteor shower, a tragic loss of life, the indefinite postponement of lunar colonization. Lena and Sarah, the last true remnants of Abyssal Sentinel, slipped back into the shadows of a world that owed them everything and knew nothing. The psychic static from the void had ceased for now. The sweet metallic scent had faded from the echo zones. But the silence that remained was not one of peace. It was the silence of a temporarily thwarted, infinitely patient predator. In their new, even more anonymous safe house, Sarah finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "She'll be back, Lena. She always is. And she knows. She knows what we can do. She'll be more careful next time. More hidden." Lena nodded, the weight of Elias's sacrifice, of Eris's enduring legacy, heavy on her soul. She looked up at the distant, impassive moon, no longer a symbol of hope, but a silent silver tombstone, a reminder of their narrow escape. The fight was not over. It was merely in a new, more terrifying phase. Albright was learning, adapting. And they, the last sentinels, had to do the same. The silence of space now held a deeper, more personal dread, for they knew that the whispers from the deep were not confined to one world, and the darkness between the stars was vast and patient and hungry. The biting, salt-laced wind whipped Lena Hansen's hair across her face as she stared out at the churning, iron-gray waters of the North Sea. She stood on the weather-beaten deck of the Argo, a decommissioned, heavily modified survey vessel that now served as their mobile command center, the last battered flagship of Project Abyssal Sentinel. Beside her, Sarah Vance, her expression as hard and unyielding as the granite cliffs of the Shetland Islands looming in the distance, meticulously cleaned a high-powered, custom-built energy rifle. Elias Thorne, his face a roadmap of old battles and new weariness, was below deck, hunched over a bank of flickering monitors, trying to decipher the latest cryptic data fragment that had brought them to this desolate, forgotten corner of the world. 2 years had passed since the lunar inferno, since Mare Nectaris had crumbled into a silent radioactive tomb, since Mrs. Albright's disembodied consciousness had been violently ejected from her hijacked AI, screaming psychic promises of an inevitable return. 2 years of uneasy quiet, a quiet Lena knew was merely the deep breath before an even more terrifying plunge. Albright, wounded but not destroyed, had retreated into the digital and psychic ether, her methods growing ever more insidious, her patience infinite. She was no longer just a high priestess of abyssal gods. She was a sentient mimetic virus, a whisper in the code, a shadow in the deepest, unacknowledged corners of human ambition. Their current quarry was not a specific location, but a pattern, a terrifying confluence of disparate, seemingly unrelated events. A series of catastrophic failures in deep-sea drilling operations across the globe, each preceded by anomalous seismic activity and reports of hallucinatory phenomena among the crews. The sudden, inexplicable collapse of several cutting-edge AI research facilities, their core programming wiped clean, their personnel suffering from acute, irreversible psychosis, and most disturbingly, a subtle, pervasive shift in global oceanic currents, a gradual cooling in some regions, an unnatural warming in others, accompanied by the proliferation of bizarre, deep-sea extremophiles in shallow waters, creatures that bore the unmistakable genetic markers of Albright's previous bioengineering horrors. The latest seismic event was here. Elias's voice crackled over Lena's comm unit, his image appearing on her wrist-mounted display, superimposed over a bathymetric chart of the Shetland Trench. the Whisperwind geothermal energy platform, went offline 72 hours ago. Total communications blackout. No distress signal. Just silence. The Whisperwind platform, a marvel of sustainable energy technology, designed to tap into the immense geothermal power of the North Sea's volcanic rift zones, had been Albright's latest target. Not to destroy it, Lena suspected, but to co-opt it, to turn its vast energy output towards a new, even more horrifying purpose. "She's not building temples anymore, is she?" Sarah murmured, her voice flat, as she chambered a specialized energy cell into her rifle. "She's hijacking the planet's own infrastructure." Mayor Nectaris taught her that physical nexuses are vulnerable. Lena agreed, her gaze sweeping the turbulent horizon. Now, she's trying to weave herself into the very systems that run our world. Energy, communication, information. She's becoming a ghost in the global machine. A subtle, pervasive corruption. Their intel, pieced together from fragmented satellite data, reluctant whistleblowers within the energy consortium that owned Whisperwind, and the dying, garbled transmissions from the platform itself, suggested Albright was attempting to create a resonance cascade. By synchronizing the geothermal platform's energy output with specific deep ocean seismic frequencies and a targeted psychic broadcast, amplified perhaps by residual lunar technology salvaged from the Mare Nectaris wreckage, she aimed to trigger a chain reaction. A global awakening, not of individual minds as she'd attempted with the lunar array, but of the planet's dormant chthonic energies, the slumbering consciousness of the deep ones themselves, directly through the Earth's crust, a geological and psychic apocalypse designed to permanently reshape the world in their image. The Argo was equipped with their last, most desperate gambit, Project Chimera, developed in secret by a handful of rogue scientists and engineers, survivors. Of facilities Albright had destroyed, it was a weapon of last resort. Not a bomb, not a disruptor, but a highly targeted, adaptive counter-AI, designed to hunt down and neutralize Albright's digital consciousness, to sever her connection to any compromised systems. Its core programming, ironically, was based on fragments of Oracle, the Mare Nectaris AI that Albright had possessed, salvaged and painstakingly reverse-engineered by Sarah, whose affinity for unraveling Albright's corrupted code had become almost preternatural. Chimera was a digital ghost designed to hunt another ghost. Reaching the Whisperwind platform was a battle against a raging North Sea storm that seemed almost sentient in its fury, its waves like liquid mountains, its winds screaming like banshees. The platform itself, when it finally loomed out of the squall, was a scene of eerie desolation. A colossal, multi-tiered structure of steel and advanced composites, usually a beacon of light and activity, now dark, silent, listing slightly, its massive geothermal conduits pulsing with an unnatural, sickly green luminescence that Lena recognized with a sickening lurch. No life signs detected on the surface levels, Elias reported from the Argo's bridge, his voice tight. Automated systems are erratic. Power output from the geothermal core is spiking, far beyond safety parameters, and the psychic interference, it's overwhelming. Even the ship's systems are struggling. Their insertion team was small, an echo of past tragic endeavors. Lena, Sarah, and Elias, accompanied by two heavily armed, grim-faced ex-Sentinel operatives, all that remained of their field unit. They boarded the platform via a precarious, magnetic grapple line, the wind threatening to tear them from their hold. The deck was slick with an oily, organic slime that pulsed with the same faint green light as the conduits, and the air was thick with the reek of ozone, brine, and that ever-present sweet metallic taint now so concentrated it was almost a physical weight. The platform was not deserted. In the dimly lit corridors and control rooms, they found the crew, or what was left of them. Their bodies were contorted, their flesh fused with the platform's machinery, their eyes wide and staring, glowing with the same sickly green light. They were no longer human, but biomechanical puppets, their nervous systems hijacked, their movements jerky and unnatural, controlled by Albright's pervasive influence. They attacked on sight, not with weapons, but with their bare hands, their touch burning like acid, their voices a chorus of distorted, static-laced whispers. Albright's song, sung through dead throats. "She's integrated them," Sarah breathed, firing a controlled burst from her energy rifle that momentarily disrupted one of the biopuppets, causing it to collapse in a shower of sparks and steaming organic matter. Flesh and machine, bound to her will, like Eris at Site Omega. The memory was a fresh stab of pain for Lena. Aris, her lost friend, her fallen comrade, his final agonizing moments a testament to Albright's cruel, transformative power. She pushed the image away, her resolve hardening. She would not let that happen again. Their objective was twofold: reach the platform's primary geothermal control core and deploy Chimera, severing Albright's digital control, and simultaneously plant a series of high-yield resonance dampeners around the core, designed to absorb and neutralize the energy surge before the resonance cascade could reach critical mass. It was a race against a clock they couldn't see, a battle against an enemy that was everywhere and nowhere. The descent into the platform's depths was a journey through a Boschian nightmare. Corridors twisted into impossible geometries, machinery pulsed with an obscene organic life, and the walls themselves seemed to breathe, whispering Albright's insidious promises of unity, of transcendence, of an end to the futile struggle of individual consciousness. The psychic pressure was immense, clawing at their sanity, dredging up their deepest fears, their most painful memories. Lena saw Eris, beckoning her from the shadows. Sarah heard the screams of her brothers, Julian and Eleanor, lost to Oakhaven's horrors. Elias relived the deaths of his men, one by one, in countless forgotten battles. Only their years of shared trauma, their ironclad will, and the emergency psychic dampeners integrated into their combat suits kept them from succumbing. They fought their way through swarms of biopuppets, through corridors that shifted and reformed, their layouts defying logic, clearly influenced by Albright's non-Euclidean consciousness. One of Elias's operatives fell, overwhelmed, his last scream swallowed by the pulsing machinery. The other, a stoic veteran named Hawk, fought back-to-back with Elias, their movements a grim, practiced ballet of destruction. Lena, focusing on Chimera's deployment, navigated the corrupted network, her fingers flying across her portable interface, battling Albright's digital sentinels, firewalls that manifested as shrieking, multi-angled data constructs. Sarah, her rifle spitting coherent energy, covered her. Her knowledge of Albright's tactics allowing her to anticipate the biopuppets' movements, to identify their weak points, the glowing nodes where flesh met corrupted machine. They finally reached the geothermal core chamber, a vast cathedral-like space miles beneath the ocean's surface. The air superheated, vibrating with unimaginable power. The core itself, a colossal cylindrical structure plunging into the Earth's mantle, glowed with an infernal green-tinged light, its energy output already causing the very rock around them to hum and crack. Strange, ethereal tendrils of pure energy, visible only as distortions in the superheated air, snaked out from the core. reaching, questing, like the feelers of some colossal, chthonic beast. This was the heart of the resonance cascade, the conductor of Albright's apocalyptic symphony. And floating before it, her form no longer solid, but a shimmering, translucent energy construct, woven from light, data, and raw geothermal power, was Mrs. Albright. She was more terrifying, more powerful than Lena had ever seen her. Her face was a shifting, serene mask of ancient, inhuman beauty, her eyes burning like twin green supernovas. Her voice, when she spoke, was no longer a chorus of whispers, but the roar of the Earth's molten heart, the crackle of 1 billion compromised circuits, the silent scream of the abyss. You are persistent, little flames. Albright's voice boomed, resonating through their very bones, shaking the platform to its foundations. But you cannot extinguish a star. The resonance is building. The earth awakens. The deep ones will rise, not from the oceans, but from the very soul of your world. And I shall be their conductor, their voice, their will made manifest. Around her, the remaining biopuppets, their forms now even more grotesquely fused, with the platform structure, writhed and pulsed, their glowing eyes fixed on their goddess, and from the depths of the core itself, something vast and shadowy began to stir, a presence so immense, so alien, that Lena's mind recoiled from the mere perception of it. Elias Hawk! The dampeners! Lena yelled, her voice barely audible, above the roar of the core and Albright's triumphant pronouncements. Sarah, Chimera needs a direct interface. We have to get closer! Elias and Hawk, their faces grim, their weapons blazing, fought to secure a perimeter, planting the resonance dampeners at key structural points around the core chamber, each one a desperate prayer against the coming apocalypse. The biopuppets, sensing the threat to their mistress, attacked with renewed suicidal fury. Lena and Sarah, covered by their comrades' desperate stand, advanced on the core, towards the shimmering godlike form of Albright. The heat was unbearable, the psychic pressure threatening to shatter their minds. Sarah, her rifle almost melting in her grip, focused her fire on the ethereal tendrils of energy lashing out from the core, disrupting their patterns, creating momentary openings. Lena, her interface cable trailing behind her like a lifeline, reached the primary control console for the geothermal core, a crystalline structure that seemed to have grown organically from the platform's framework, pulsing. In time with Albright's energy form, this was where Chimera had to be unleashed. Now, Sarah! Lena cried, as she slammed the interface jack into a glowing port on the console. Sarah, with a defiant roar, uploaded Chimera. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. As Chimera's adaptive code surged into the Whisperwind's compromised network, into the very digital essence of Albright's new form, a silent, invisible war erupted in the heart of the machine. Albright's energy construct flickered, distorted, her serene mask contorting into a rictus of surprise, then fury. What is this? An echo? My own voice, turned against me? She shrieked, her voice fracturing, losing its divine resonance, becoming a cacophony of static and desperate digital screams. Chimera, the ghost of Oracle, the distilled essence of Albright's own corrupted genius, was hunting her, not with energy blasts or sonic disruptions, but with logic bombs, recursive paradoxes, targeted data corruption, fighting fire with a colder, more calculating fire. The core's energy output spiked, then began to fluctuate wildly. The ethereal tendrils thrashed, then recoiled, as if in pain. The biopuppets spasmed, their internal systems short-circuiting, their green glow dimming. Elias and Hawk, seeing their chance, pressed their advantage, systematically neutralizing the faltering biopuppets, their resonance dampeners beginning to hum, absorbing the chaotic energy surges. But Albright was not defeated so easily. Her energy form, though flickering, still pulsed with immense power. She focused her remaining will, her rage, not on Chimera but on Lena, the persistent human architect of her digital demise. You will not rob me of this!" Albright howled, and a tendril of pure, white-hot geothermal energy, impossibly focused, lashed out from the core, aimed directly at Lena. Sarah screamed, lunging, pushing Lena aside, taking the full force of the blast herself. Her cry was cut short as the energy enveloped her, her body arching, her specialized suit smoking, melting. For a horrifying instant, Lena saw Sarah's eyes, wide with shock and pain, meet hers. Then, with a sound like tearing fabric, Sarah Vance, the last of her family, the quiet, unbreakable heart of their resistance, was gone, consumed, her ashes scattered by the raging energies of the core. A grief so profound, so absolute, that it transcended sound, tore through Lena. It was a cold, black void, a silence more terrible than any of Albright's psychic assaults. And in that void, something snapped. She looked at Albright's shimmering, triumphant form, at the dying, corrupted core, at the space where Sarah had just stood, and a cold, pure, diamond-hard rage filled her. "No more," Lena whispered. Her voice a raw, broken thing. She still held the Chimera interface. Albright, distracted by her seeming victory over Sarah, had momentarily pulled back her digital defenses to consolidate her control over the failing core. Lena saw an opening, a flaw in the corrupted code, a backdoor Sarah's initial upload had prized open. She didn't try to destroy Albright. She did something far more insidious. She rewrote a single line of code in Chimera's core programming, not to attack, but to contain, to bind. With a final, desperate keystroke, she uploaded the revised command. Albright's triumphant laughter died in her throat. Her energy form spasmed violently. Chimera, no longer attacking, began to merge with her. Not to destroy, but to integrate, to encapsulate, to trap Albright's vast, ancient consciousness within an inescapable, recursive digital prison of her own making, an eternal Mobius strip of corrupted data and fractured identity. What have you done?" Albright shrieked, her form flickering wildly, her voice now a desperate, terrified whisper. "This is not... We are..." The core's energy, no longer controlled, no longer focused, began to feed back into itself, amplified by the resonance dampeners, which were now glowing cherry red, pushed far beyond their design limits. The entire platform shuddered, groaned, began to tear itself apart. Elias, his face a mask of grief and fury, grabbed Lena's arm. Hawk was already at the emergency exit, fighting to override the lockdown. "Lena, we have to go!" "Sarah, she bought us this chance. Don't waste it." Lena, her eyes still fixed on the flickering, imploding form of Albright, now trapped in an eternal digital scream with her own corrupted echo, allowed herself to be pulled away. Their escape from the Whisperwind platform was a fiery, chaotic descent into hell. The structure was collapsing around them, the geothermal core going into full, uncontrolled meltdown. they fought their way back to the surface, pursued by explosions, by showers of molten metal, by the dying, incoherent psychic screams of Albright's trapped consciousness. They made it to the Argo's emergency submersible retrieval unit just as the Whisperwind platform, with a final cataclysmic roar, tore itself from its moorings and plunged into the raging, superheated waters of the North Sea, taking Albright's digital prison and the nascent, stirring consciousness of the deep ones it was meant to awaken. With it, a colossal plume of steam and radioactive debris erupted, visible for hundreds of miles. The resonance cascade had been averted. Albright, for now, was contained, imprisoned. Days later, adrift on a silent, oily sea, the Argo limping towards an uncertain future, Lena stood on the deck, the wind now a mournful sigh. Elias and Hawk were below, tending to their wounds, to the ship's battered systems. Sarah was gone. The cost, as always, had been unbearable. Lena held a small, scorched data chip in her hand, the only thing recovered from the interface console, a fragment of Chimera's final, desperate battle, a whisper of Sarah's digital ghost. Albright was trapped, yes, but for how long? A digital prison, no matter how perfect, could be breached. An ancient consciousness, as vast and patient as the abyss, would not remain captive forever. And the deep ones. They were still out there, slumbering in the lightless depths, waiting. Lena looked out at the horizon, where the sky met the endless, indifferent sea. The war was not over. It had merely entered a new, even more uncertain phase. She was tired, so profoundly tired. But Sarah's sacrifice, Eris's legacy, the memory of all those lost in this endless, secret war, burned within her. She would keep fighting. She would keep watching. She would find a way. For them. For the world. Until the very last whisper from the deep was silenced. Or until she, too, became just another echo in the long, lonely silence. The relentless, rhythmic pulse of the Argos engines was a dull ache in Lena Hansen's bones, a constant reminder of the unending journey, the unyielding vigilance. 5 years. 5 years since the fiery demise of the Whisperwind platform, since Sarah Vance had sacrificed herself to trap Mrs. Albright's vast, malevolent consciousness within a recursive digital prison. 5 years of an uneasy, brittle peace, a silence from the abyss that Lena knew was not an ending, but a terrifying, pregnant pause. Albright, contained, but not destroyed, was a time bomb ticking in the deepest, darkest corners of the global network. Her digital prison, Chimera, a double-edged sword that required constant, perilous maintenance by Lena herself. The only one left who understood its arcane, corrupted architecture. Elias Thorne, his face now more scar tissue than skin, his eyes holding the weary resignation of a man who had seen too many apocalypses, piloted the Argo through the treacherous, ice-choked waters of the Bellingshausen Sea, Antarctica. Hawk, the stoic ex-Sentinel operative, their last remaining field agent, meticulously checked their meager arsenal of advanced, often experimental weaponry. They were a tattered remnant, the last flickering embers of Project Abyssal Sentinel, operating on a shoestring budget cobbled together from forgotten slush funds, illicitly acquired cryptocurrency, and the desperate, anonymous contributions of a handful of high-level individuals in global intelligence who knew the truth but were powerless to act officially. Their current hunt, their most desperate yet, had brought them to this, the most desolate and unforgiving continent on Earth. Not in pursuit of a new Albrightian nexus, a new temple of abyssal horrors, but in pursuit of a legend, a whisper, a last desperate hope, the Serpent's Heart, an apocryphal Antarctic research station supposedly established in the 1950s by a rogue faction of Nazi scientists obsessed with occult energies and Thulian myths. A station that, according to heavily redacted, almost mythical intelligence files Elias had unearthed from the deepest, darkest archives of Cold War espionage, had stumbled upon something primordial, something that predated even Albright, something that might hold the key to permanently severing her connection to the Deep Ones, or, if mishandled, could unleash a horror that would make Albright's machinations look like child's play. The energy signatures are unlike anything we've encountered before. Elias's voice, raspy from a near-fatal encounter with Albright's bioengineered horrors in the Amazon, crackled over the Argo's comms. He was hunched over the ship's sensor array, his brow furrowed in concentration. Not the familiar sweet metallic taint of Albright's influence. This is older, colder, a deep resonant thrum, like the planet itself dreaming a nightmare. And it's emanating from beneath the Thwaites Glacier, the Doomsday Glacier. The Thwaites Glacier, already a source of global anxiety due to its rapid, inexplicable melting, was, according to the fragmented Nazi-era documents, the precise location of the Serpent's Heart. The documents spoke of a well of souls, a nexus of telluric currents, a place where the fabric of reality was thin, where beings from beyond the stars and beneath the seas had once communed. Lena felt a familiar chill, but this time it was different, deeper, more primal. Albright, for all her monstrous power, had always felt comprehensible in a twisted way. She was a corrupted human consciousness, albeit an ancient and immensely powerful one. This felt like tapping into the source code of cosmic horror itself. The Nazi logs mention eldritch harmonics, Lena murmured, reviewing the translated, often incoherent documents on her datapad. They believed they could harness these energies, control them. They were trying to awaken something, the sleeper in the ice. And Albright? Hawk asked, his voice a low rumble. You think she knows about this place? That she's trying to reach it, even from her digital prison? Chimera's last diagnostic showed anomalies, Lena admitted, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Maintaining Albright's digital cage was a constant, terrifying balancing act. Fluctuations in her core consciousness matrix, subtle attempts to resonate with external energy sources. If this Serpent's Heart is a powerful enough psychic and telluric amplifier, she might be trying to use it as a backdoor, a way to shatter Chimera from the outside. Their mission was terrifyingly ambiguous. Find the Serpent's Heart. Determine the nature of the energy source. And if Albright was indeed trying to tap into it, they had to sever that connection, reinforce Chimera, or, in the worst-case scenario, ensure that whatever slumbered beneath the Doomsday Glacier remained asleep. The fate of the world, it seemed, once again rested on their weary shoulders. The journey inland, across the vast, wind-scoured expanse of the Thwaites Glacier, was a descent into a frozen alien hell. They used a heavily modified, tracked ice crawler, the Persephone, its hull reinforced against extreme temperatures and other, less conventional threats. The air was thin, so cold it burned the lungs, and the sky was a perpetual bruised twilight, the sun a distant, indifferent eye. The telluric hum Elias had detected grew stronger with every mile, a silent, vibrating pressure that resonated in their teeth, their bones, their very souls. Strange, auroral lights, not of terrestrial origin, danced on the horizon, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the ice. They found the entrance to the Serpent's Heart, not as a visible structure, but as a subtle, almost imperceptible depression in the ice, a place where the telluric hum was strongest, where their instruments registered a localized gravitational anomaly. The Nazi log spoke of a thermokarstic collapse, a natural cave system leading deep beneath the glacier, enhanced and expanded by their desperate, doomed efforts. The descent into the ice caves was a journey into the planet's primordial subconscious. The tunnels, carved by ancient meltwater and desperate human hands, were lined with a strange, black, vitreous ice that seemed to absorb the light from their high-powered lamps. The air was unnaturally warm, humid, smelling not of Albright's sweet metallic taint, but of something older, something akin to ozone, brimstone, and a faint, indescribable musk that spoke of immense non-human antiquity. The telluric hum was deafening now, a physical force that made their vision blur, their thoughts fragment. And the carvings. The walls were covered in them, but these were not the intricate, almost biological patterns of Oakhaven, nor the geometric, mind-bending designs of Port Thorne's catacombs. These were older, cruder, yet infinitely more terrifying. Cyclopean, non-Euclidean geometries that defied comprehension. Depictions of colossal, amorphous beings with countless eyes and grasping, protoplasmic tendrils engaged in cosmic battles that dwarfed human understanding. And interspersed with these, the desperate, terrified scratchings of the Nazi expedition, their swastikas and runes looking small, insignificant, almost pathetic against the backdrop of this truly ancient alien art. They weren't worshipping these things. Lena breathed, her flashlight beam trembling on a vast, terrifying frieze depicting a star-spawned entity devouring a galaxy. They were terrified of them. They were trying to appease them or control them, and they failed miserably. The final Nazi logs, found in a frozen, abandoned side chamber amidst scattered, rusted equipment, and the mummified remains of several uniformed figures, their faces contorted in masks of ultimate horror, told a chilling tale. They had indeed found the Well of Souls, a place where the telluric energies of the planet converged, a nexus point where reality itself was thin. They had attempted to harness this energy, to awaken the sleeper, believing it would grant them dominion over the world. Instead, they had unleashed something that had driven them mad, consumed them, then, mercifully, retreated back into its icy slumber, leaving behind only a lingering, psychic stain and a profound, palpable sense of cosmic dread. As they pressed deeper, following the telluric hum to its source, they began to encounter anomalies. Not the bioengineered horrors of Albright, but something stranger, more unsettling. Pockets of localized temporal distortion, where their chronometers would spin wildly, where echoes of past events, the terrified shouts of the Nazis, the guttural, inhuman roars of something else, would reverberate through the ice. Patches of gravity flux, where the floor would become the ceiling, where their bodies would feel impossibly heavy, then lighter than air. And visions, fleeting, terrifying glimpses into other realities, other dimensions, induced by the intense psychic and telluric energies of the place. Hawk, the stoic operative, cried out once, clutching his head, babbling about cities of impossible angles beneath black alien suns. Elias, his face pale, his hand gripping the ancient, silver-inlaid crucifix he always wore beneath his thermal suit, merely grunted, "Focus. Ground yourselves. This place, it tries to unmake you." They found the Well of Souls in a colossal, spherical cavern miles beneath the ice, a place where the very fabric of reality seemed to shimmer and warp. In the center of the cavern, suspended in a column of pure, coruscating energy that pulsed with the colors of a dying star, was not a creature, not an entity, but a void, a perfect, spherical absence, a hole in the universe, blacker than any, night that seemed to suck in the light, the heat, the very essence of the cavern. This was the nexus, the source of the eldritch harmonics, the gateway the Nazis had tried and failed to open. And coiling around this void, like a serpent of pure data and corrupted light, was the shimmering digital ghost of Mrs. Albright. She was not solid, not even as an energy construct. She was a pattern in the chaotic energies of the nexus, a whisper in the cosmic static, her form constantly shifting, reforming. A desperate parasitic intelligence latched onto this primal power. Source: Chimera, Lena realized with a fresh wave of horror, was failing. Albright, using the immense psychic and telluric energies of the Well of Souls as an external amplifier, was slowly, painstakingly, unraveling her digital prison from the outside, using this ancient cosmic wound as a backdoor. So, you found my little sanctuary, Albright's voice echoed, not from a single point, but from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of distorted whispers, digital screams, and the cold, dry rustle of ancient cosmic winds. Persistent, annoying, like insects, gnawing at the roots of Yggdrasil. Her spectral form solidified slightly, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape of swirling data and captured starlight, her eyes burning with a cold, triumphant malice. This place, it sings to me. It resonates with the true voice of the abyss. The Nazis were fools. They tried to command what can only be invited. I, however, understand the harmonies. I am learning to play the song of unmaking. From me, the coruscating energy column around the void, tendrils of raw, chaotic power began to lash out, not at them, but at the very fabric of the cavern, at the ice, the rock, reality itself. The temporal distortions intensified. The gravitational fluxes became violent. The cavern began to groan, to twist, to unravel. Albright wasn't just trying to escape Chimera. She was trying to use the Well of Souls to tear open a permanent rift, a gaping wound between realities, to unleash the full, unadulterated horror of the Deep Ones, and perhaps things far older, far worse, upon an unsuspecting Earth. She's using the Nexus as a crowbar. Elias roared, his voice barely audible above the rising cacophony of collapsing reality. We have to disrupt her connection, reinforce Chimera. But how? Their conventional weapons were useless against Albright's spectral form, against the raw, cosmic energies of the Well of Souls. Their sonic disruptors, their energy rifles, even the experimental resonance dampeners, were like children's toys against this primal force. Lena's mind raced. Chimera was failing because its core programming, based on Albright's own corrupted logic, was being overwhelmed by the sheer chaotic power of the Nexus. It needed an anchor, a grounding principle, something to stabilize its recursive loops, to give it a coherent framework to fight Albright's unraveling influence. Sarah. The thought struck Lena with the force of a physical blow. Sarah's final act, her sacrifice, had been to trap Albright. Her essence, her will, her rage was intertwined with Chimera's core. If Lena could somehow amplify that, use Sarah's focused human fury as a counter-resonance against Albright's cosmic chaos, it was an insane gamble, a desperate, intuitive leap based on a grief that still felt as raw as an open wound. Elias, Hawk, the Nazi. "Equipment!" Lena yelled, pointing to a collection of strange, crystalline devices and arcane-looking metallic resonators scattered around the periphery of the cavern. The remnants of the Nazi expedition's failed attempt to control the eldritch harmonics. They were trying to focus these energies. If we can reverse the polarity, create a counter-harmonic, feed it into Chimera. It was a plan born of desperation, executed in a maelstrom of collapsing reality. While Elias and Hawk, their faces grim, their movements economical despite the wild, unpredictable shifts in gravity and time, fought to reactivate and reconfigure the ancient, unstable Nazi devices, Lena focused on Chimera. She opened a direct, unshielded neural interface with her own mind, a perilous, agonizing process that threatened to shred her sanity, bypassing the Argo's remote link, pouring her own consciousness, her memories of Sarah, of Eris, of every battle, every loss, into the struggling AI. "Sarah," she screamed, not with her voice, but with her mind, a raw, desperate plea into the digital void. "Fight her! Remember what she took! Remember Oakhaven! Remember Whisperwind! Be the anchor! Be the rage!" The cavern twisted, groaned, the void at its center pulsing like a black dying sun. Albright's spectral form laughed, a sound like shattering glaciers, as reality itself began to fray at the edges. Tendrils of raw, unformed chaos lashed out, vaporizing sections of the ice wall, transmuting rock into bubbling, protoplasmic ooze. Hawke cried out as a temporal distortion caught him, his body aging and de-aging with horrifying speed, before Elias managed to drag him clear. Then, something shifted. Within Chimera's fractured, struggling code, a new pattern began to emerge. A flicker of coherent light, a focused, angry resonance. Sarah's ghost in the machine, amplified by Lena's desperate infusion of will and the reconfigured Nazi resonators, which Elias and Hawke, against all odds, had managed to bring online. Their arcane crystals now glowing with a fierce, defiant blue light, began to fight back. Albright's spectral laughter faltered, replaced by a hiss of surprise, then fury. "No! This resonance, it is flawed, human, too focused." The blue light from the Nazi devices, now a coherent pulsing beam, lanced into Albright's shifting form, into the very heart of Chimera. The digital serpent, Albright's prison, which had been unraveling, began to reform, to tighten, its coils now infused with a cold, angry blue fire. Sarah's focused rage, her unwavering hatred of Albright, was providing the stability, the counterweight that Chimera had lacked. "You cannot trap me with such sentiment," Albright shrieked, her form thrashing, trying to break free from the tightening coils of the reinforced digital prison. But it was too late. The Well of Souls, its chaotic energies now being partially harmonized, focused by the combined efforts of the Nazi devices and Sarah's amplified consciousness within Chimera, was no longer a tool for Albright's escape, but a conduit for her intensified imprisonment. The void at the center of the cavern seemed to inhale, drawing Albright's spectral form, her desperate digital screams, deeper into its absolute blackness. Chimera's blue-lit coils wrapping around her like an inescapable shroud. The telluric hum, the psychic pressure, the distortions in reality began to subside. The Well of Souls, its gateway partially stabilized, its chaotic energies now contained, pulsed once, twice, then settled into a deep, rhythmic thrum, like the slow, steady heartbeat of a slumbering god. The sleeper in the ice remained asleep. Lena collapsed, her mind reeling, her body trembling from the unshielded neural interface, the feedback from Sarah's amplified consciousness, the sheer, terrifying proximity to cosmic annihilation. Elias and Hawk, bruised, battered, their faces etched with a profound, soul-deep exhaustion, dragged her away from the now quiescent well of souls, back through the strange black ice tunnels, towards the distant, blessedly normal cold of the Antarctic surface. They didn't speak until they were back on the Persephone, the ice crawler groaning as it clawed its way across the treacherous glacier, away from the silent, slumbering horror of the serpent's heart. "Is she gone?" Hawk finally asked, his voice hoarse. Lena shook her head, the movement sending fresh waves of pain through her skull. "No, not gone. Contained. More deeply this time. Chimera, Sarah, they have her, bound to the well of souls. Its energies are reinforcing the prison. But it's a delicate balance, a stalemate. A stalemate we bought with everything," Elias said, his gaze distant, lost in the swirling snow outside the viewport. Lena knew what he meant. They had saved the world again, from a threat that transcended even Albright's monstrous ambition, but the cost had been immeasurable. Sarah's essence, her very soul, was now a permanent part of Chimera, locked in an eternal silent struggle with Albright's consciousness, deep beneath the Antarctic ice, anchored to a cosmic horror they had only barely managed to keep leashed. She was a sentinel now, in the truest, most terrifying sense of the word. Eris Thorne's legacy, the fight he had started, had come to this. A lonely, frozen vigil at the bottom of the world, a desperate, ongoing battle waged in the silence between realities, fought by ghosts and machines and the last, weary remnants of humanity's forgotten guardians. As the Persephone crawled towards the distant, waiting Argo, Lena looked back at the vast, white desolation of the Thwaites Glacier. The auroral light still danced on the horizon, a silent testament to the thin veil between worlds. The serpent's heart was quiet. For now. Albright was imprisoned. For now. The sleeper in the ice remained asleep. For now. But the silence was not peace. It was a breath held, a pause in an eternal cosmic song of horror and madness. And Lena Hansen, Elias Thorne, and Hawk, the last of Abyssal Sentinel, knew, with a certainty that chilled them deeper than any Antarctic wind, that their watch was far from over. The whispers from the deep, from the void, from the very fabric of reality, would always continue. And they would always be there to listen, to fight, to sacrifice, until the very stars grew cold. Or until they, too, were finally consumed by the silence. The flickering neon sign of the Last Drop Cantina cast a lurid, desperate glow on Lena Hansen's face, a stark contrast to the perpetual twilight of the deep space mining colony, Hecate's Folly, nestled precariously within a hollowed-out asteroid in the Kuiper Belt. 6 years. 6 years since the Antarctic abyss. Since Sarah Vance's consciousness had become the spectral warden of Mrs. Albright's digital prison, bound to the terrifying energies of the serpent's heart. 6 years of a fragile, anemic peace. A silence, from the void that Lena knew was merely the gathering of an even greater storm. Albright, tethered to a cosmic horror but not extinguished, was a caged supernova, her rage and cunning festering in the cold, digital dark, while Chimera, infused with Sarah's unwavering will, fought a silent, eternal battle to keep her contained. Lena, Elias Thorne, and Hawk, the last tattered remnants of a war the galaxy had forgotten, were no longer chasing terrestrial whispers or oceanic anomalies. Their hunt had taken them to the furthest, most desolate fringes of human expansion. Albright, even in her digital confinement, had proven terrifyingly adept at projecting her influence, her mimetic poison, through the quantum entanglement communication arrays that now linked humanity's scattered off-world colonies. Hecate's Folly, a lawless, desperate outpost populated by hard-bitten asteroid miners, corporate deserters, and whispers of cults worshipping the Void Mother, was her newest, most improbable beachhead. The disappearances started 3 months ago. Elias's voice, now more gravel than human, crackled through Lena's discreet comm implant. He was disguised as a grizzled ore hauler, his augmented eye, a relic of a forgotten battle, scanning the cantina's rough-hewn, dimly lit interior. Miners, mostly, vanishing from the deeper, unmapped shafts. The corporate overseers are calling. It avoid dementia, accidental exposure to unshielded dark matter pockets. Bullshit. The local spiritual leader, a woman calling herself Sybil Astria, has been gaining a lot of traction. Hawk added, his own voice a low, synthesized rumble from his position, disguised as a maintenance tech, near the colony's primary comms relay, preaching about communion with the true architects of creation, shedding the flesh to embrace the stellar song. Sound familiar? Lena nodded grimly, taking a slow sip of the foul, nutrient paste-derived liquor that passed for alcohol in Hecate's Folly. The sweet metallic tang, Albright's olfactory calling card, was faint here, almost subliminal, masked by the reek of unrefined ores, recycled air, and desperation. But it was present, a cold whisper in the back of her throat. Albright was adapting, her influence now more subtle, more insidious, like a psychic fungus spreading through the colony's isolated, stressed-out population. Their intel, pieced together from intercepted black market data streams and the fragmented, terrified ramblings of a few miners who had glimpsed something in the deeper shafts before fleeing, suggested Albright was attempting something terrifyingly novel. Unable to manifest physically or directly control systems due to Chimera's relentless digital siege, she was leveraging the unique, psychoactive properties of certain exotic minerals found only in Hecate's Folly's deep core, minerals that, when processed and inhaled, induced heightened psychic sensitivity and a terrifying vulnerability to external mental influence. She was building an army of unwitting psychic resonators, turning the miners themselves into living antennae to amplify her trapped consciousness, to slowly, painstakingly, pry open the cracks in her digital prison from millions of miles away. Sybil. Astria is holding a grand attunement ceremony tonight, Hawk continued, at the old decommissioned Echo Cavern, a massive geode chamber known for its bizarre resonant properties. She's promising ascension, union, with the void. It's a mass indoctrination event, and the processed mineral dust, it's going to be thick in the air. If she succeeds in attuning enough minds, Lena said, her voice low, she could create a psychic feedback loop powerful enough to overwhelm Chimera. She's not trying to escape into our reality this time. She's trying to drag a part of her reality, the Serpent's Heart's influence, here. The thought was horrifying. Not just Albright unleashed, but the potential for the raw, cosmic chaos of the Well of Souls to gain a foothold in this fragile outpost. A cancerous seed in the vast emptiness of space. Their mission was desperate, almost ludicrously under-resourced. They had to infiltrate the Echo Cavern, disrupt the attunement ceremony, and most critically, sever the psychic link Albright was trying to forge through Sibyl Astria and her congregation of soon-to-be resonators. Their only weapon against this new, insidious form of psychic warfare was a device Lena had been working on for years, a desperate gamble based on Eris Thorne's final, fragmented theories, a null field generator, designed to create a localized pocket of absolute psychic silence to dampen and disrupt telepathic and empathic broadcasts. It was untested, unstable, and their only hope. The Echo Cavern was located in the deepest, most geologically unstable sector of Hecate's Folly, accessible only through a labyrinth of abandoned mining tunnels. Lena, Elias, and Hawk, clad in environment suits that offered minimal protection against the psychoactive dust and the cavern's unpredictable resonant frequencies, made their descent. The tunnels were eerily silent, save for the distant, rhythmic thrum of mining machinery and a faint, almost inaudible chorus of whispers, the collective unconscious minds of the miners, already beginning to resonate with Albright's distant, trapped song. The psychoactive dust was a shimmering, opalescent haze in the beams of their helmet lamps, and Lena could already feel its subtle, unsettling effects. A heightened awareness, a sense of a vast, listening presence in the surrounding rock, fleeting, hallucinatory images of swirling nebulae and cold, indifferent, many-angled eyes. Focus. Elias grunted, his voice tight, his hand never far from the heavy-duty stun pistol at his hip. She's already in the air here. Don't let her get a hook in. The Echo Cavern, when they finally reached it, was a breathtaking, terrifying spectacle. A colossal geode, its walls lined with massive crystalline formations that pulsed with an internal shifting light, amplifying and refracting every sound, every stray thought, into a cacophony of whispers and echoes. Hundreds of miners, their faces slack, their eyes wide and unfocused, were gathered in the cavern's vast amphitheater, swaying rhythmically to a low, guttural chant that seemed to emanate from the very crystals themselves. At the center of the cavern, on a raised platform of black, obsidian-like rock that pulsed with a faint, dark energy, stood Sibyl Astria. She was a striking figure, tall and gaunt, her head shaved, her body adorned with intricate bioluminescent tattoos that mirrored the patterns of the psychoactive dust. Her eyes, entirely black, devoid of pupils, were fixed on some distant, unseen point, and her voice, amplified by the cavern's acoustics, was a mesmerizing, hypnotic drone, weaving promises of cosmic unity and blissful oblivion. She was not merely a conduit. She was a willing vessel, her mind already a fortress for Albright's insidious influence. And behind her, shimmering into existence like a heat haze, a mirage woven from dust and concentrated psychic energy, was the spectral, ever-shifting avatar of Mrs. Albright. She was more refined here, less monstrous than her energy construct at Whisperwind, less primal than her digital ghost at the Serpent's Heart. This was Albright the Seductress, the Whisperer, her form a beautiful, ageless androgyne, composed of swirling starlight and shifting geometric patterns, her voice a silken, irresistible melody that promised an end to all suffering, all doubt, all individuality. Welcome, children of the void, Albright Astria purred, her voice a harmonious blend of the Sibyl's hypnotic drone and Albright's ancient, sibilant whisper. Tonight, we cast off the shackles of flesh, the illusion of separation. Tonight, we join the great song, the eternal resonance of the true creators. Tonight, Hecate's Folly becomes a beacon, a new voice in the cosmic choir, singing praises to the Mother of All. The Mother of All. the sleeper in the ice, the entity bound to the well of souls. Albright wasn't just trying to escape. She was trying to awaken her dark god, using this entire colony as a sacrificial offering, a psychic tuning fork. Lena felt a wave of nausea, the psychic pressure in the cavern, almost unbearable. The psychoactive dust was thick, invasive, her thoughts becoming sluggish, her carefully constructed mental defenses beginning to fray. She saw fleeting images of Sarah, her face serene, her eyes glowing with the blue light of Chimera, beckoning her to join, to let go. Lena! Elias's voice, a harsh rasp of static in her comm, jolted her back. The null field generator. Now, before they complete the attunement, Hawk, his massive frame providing a desperate, mobile shield, was already laying down suppressing fire with his energy rifle, not at the enthralled miners, but at the crystalline formations that seemed to be amplifying the psychic broadcast, shattering them into showers of glittering, dissonant shards. Lena, her hands trembling, fumbled with the controls of the null field generator, a bulky, tripod-mounted device that hummed with a dangerous, unstable energy. It was designed to be activated remotely, but the psychic interference in the cavern was too intense, jamming their local comms. She would have to activate it manually, at its epicenter. "Cover me," she yelled, and taking a deep breath, plunged into the swaying, chanting crowd of miners. They parted before her like water, their faces blank, their eyes fixed on the shimmering avatar of Albright Astria. They didn't attack, they simply ignored her, their minds already lost in the siren song of the void. The psychic pressure was a physical blow here, each step an agonizing effort against a tide of overwhelming mental suggestion. Albright Astria turned her serene, terrible gaze upon Lena. Such a persistent little gnat, Dr. Hansen, still buzzing against the inevitable. Don't you understand? This is not an invasion. It is an invitation. A homecoming. Lay down your futile resistance. Join the harmony. Sarah. She understands. She sings with us now, in the heart of the ice. The lie was so potent, so seductive, wrapped in the comforting illusion of Sarah's peace, that Lena almost faltered. Then, a flicker of cold, angry blue light, Sarah's true, defiant essence, seemed to pulse from within Chimera. A silent scream of negation across the vastness of space. A jolt of pure, unadulterated rage that cut through Albright's psychic web. "She fights you still, Albright," Lena roared, her voice raw, her own will, her grief, her unbreakable bond with Sarah, forging a desperate shield against the overwhelming mental assault. "And so do I." She reached the center of the cavern, directly beneath the obsidian platform, the null field generator clutched in her hands. The psychoactive dust was so thick here, it was like breathing powdered glass. Her lungs burning, her vision swimming. She could feel Albright's consciousness probing, prying, trying to find a crack in her defenses. With a final desperate surge of adrenaline, Lena slammed the generator onto the cavern floor and hit the activation sequence. The effect was not an explosion, not a wave of energy, but a profound, terrifying absence. A perfect sphere of absolute psychic silence erupted outwards from the generator, a rapidly expanding bubble of pure, unadulterated null. The chanting stopped, abruptly, brutally. The swaying miners faltered, blinked, their eyes clearing, a dawning horror replacing the vacant serenity as the psychic leash was violently severed. The shimmering avatar of Albright Astria flickered, distorted, its beautiful, serene face contorting into a mask of incandescent rage and disbelief. "No, my song, my children, what have you done?" it shrieked, its voice now a fractured, dissonant chorus of pure, undiluted malice. The null field, however, was indiscriminate. It didn't just block Albright's influence. It severed all psychic connections, including the subtle, constant, stabilizing link between Chimera and Sarah's consciousness, deep beneath the Antarctic ice. Lena felt it as a physical blow, a tearing sensation in her own mind, as Sarah's reassuring, angry presence in the background of her thoughts, her constant companion for 6 long years, abruptly vanished, replaced by a cold, terrifying emptiness. And in that emptiness, from the depths of the digital prison, another presence, vast, ancient, and infinitely patient, stirred. Mrs. Albright, the original consciousness, the one bound and besieged by Sarah's ghost in the machine, felt the sudden, catastrophic failure of her Hecate's folly gambit, felt the weakening of Chimera's core as Sarah's anchoring presence was momentarily silenced, and she pushed. Across millions of miles of empty space, deep beneath the Thwaites Glacier, the Well of Souls pulsed, a surge of raw, cosmic energy lancing through the failing conduits of Chimera. Albright's digital prison fractured, shattered, not by her own efforts, but by the sudden catastrophic void left by Sarah's enforced silence. The avatar of Albright Astria in the echo cavern screamed, a sound of both triumph and agony, as its connection to the true Albright, the ancient unbound consciousness, was momentarily, overwhelmingly re-established. Its form blazed with a terrifying black light, the light of the abyss itself. "Fools," it thundered, its voice now the pure, unadulterated voice of the ancient crone, the high priestess of Oakhaven, raw, untamed, and utterly, terrifyingly free. "You have silenced the shepherd, but you have unleashed the wolf, your precious Sarah, her sacrifice, undone." The null field generator, its unstable core already pushed beyond its limits by the sheer psychic intensity of the echo cavern, began to overload, its hum rising to a deafening, bone-jarring shriek. "Lena, the generator's critical," Elias roared, fighting his way through the now panicking, disoriented miners, Hawk covering his retreat. "We have to get out of here. It's going to breach." Lena stared, frozen, at the blazing, triumphant avatar of the unbound Albright, a new, even more profound despair threatening to consume her. She had stopped the attunement, yes, but in doing so, she had inadvertently, catastrophically, freed her oldest, most implacable enemy from her digital cage, Sarah's sacrifice. Had it all been for nothing? Then, something impossible happened. From the heart of the overloading null field generator, a new light began to emerge. Not the cold, sterile null of its primary function, but a fierce, defiant, angry blue. Sarah's light, her consciousness, ripped from its anchor in Chimera, severed from its eternal battle with Albright at the Well of Souls, had not dissipated. It had been drawn to the intense psychic vacuum created by the null field, drawn to Lena's desperate, grieving mind, drawn to the overwhelming presence of her ancient enemy, now unbound and triumphant. And she was furious. The blue light coalesced, solidified, forming a spectral, shimmering figure within the heart of the failing generator, a figure of pure, concentrated will, of righteous, incandescent rage. Sarah Vance, no longer a ghost in the machine, but a being of pure, focused psychic energy, her eyes burning with the cold, unwavering fire of a blue supergiant. "Not today." "Albright," Sarah's voice echoed, not through the air, but directly in Lena's mind, in the minds of everyone in the cavern. A sound like shattering ice and a warrior's defiant roar. The unbound Albright avatar recoiled, its triumphant expression replaced by a flicker of genuine ancient fear. "You... impossible! You were silenced, contained." "I am never silent. When she needs me," Sarah's psychic voice thundered, and her spectral, blue-lit form lunged, not at Albright's avatar, but at the overloading null field, generator itself. She plunged her ethereal hands into its core, into the heart of the unstable, collapsing null. The generator shrieked, bucked, then, instead of catastrophically breaching, its energies began to change, to harmonize, to resonate with Sarah's pure, focused will. The sphere of psychic silence did not collapse. It transformed. It became a sphere of pure, unadulterated anti-Albright energy. A focused, weaponized null specifically attuned to negate, to unravel, to erase Albright's unique psychic and digital signature. Sarah, in her final, desperate act, was not just fighting Albright. She was becoming the ultimate countermeasure, the living embodiment of the null field. Albright's avatar screamed, a sound of pure existential terror, as the transformed null field washed over it, its blazing black light sputtering, dimming, its form unraveling like smoke in a hurricane. "No, not again. I am eternal. I am the voice of the deep. You cannot erase." Her voice dissolved into a final, despairing shriek. Then, silence. The avatar was gone. Not dispersed, not retreated. Erased, unmade, and with it, the connection to the unbound Albright, millions of miles away, was violently, brutally severed. Lena felt a profound global quiet descend, a silence in the psychic ether so absolute it was almost deafening. The whispers from the void, the song of the abyss, for the first time in her adult life, were gone. The null field generator, its purpose fulfilled, its core now glowing with Sarah's serene, exhausted blue light, pulsed once, twice, then, gently, quietly, went dark. Sarah's spectral form flickered, translucent, her blue light dimming. She turned her ethereal eyes towards Lena, a faint, sad smile on her lips. "Go, Lena," her voice whispered in Lena's mind, faint, tired. "Live. Be free. It is done." Then she too faded, her light extinguished, her essence finally, truly, at peace. Lena stood in the silent, echoing cavern, amidst the dazed, awakening miners. The only sound the harsh, ragged sobbing that was tearing its way from her own throat. Elias and Hawk reached her, their faces etched with awe, grief, and a profound, bone-deep weariness. She did it," Elias breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "She actually did it." Lena could only nod, the tears streaming down her face. Sarah, her brave, broken, indomitable friend, had not just saved them, had not just saved Hecate's folly. She had, in her final, astonishing act of will and sacrifice, severed Albright from her power source, erased her active consciousness from the universe, and perhaps, just perhaps, silence the whispers from the deep forever. The aftermath was a blur. The Hecate's Folly miners, their minds slowly clearing from Albright's influence and the trauma of the attunement, were bewildered, terrified, but ultimately free. Sybil Astria was found in a catatonic state, her mind shattered by the violent severing of her connection to Albright. The colony's corporate overseers, alerted by Elias, initiated a full lockdown and investigation. The official story, once again, a carefully constructed narrative of psychoactive mineral contamination and mass hysteria. Lena, Elias, and Hawk, their mission accomplished in a way none of them could have ever predicted, slipped away in the chaos, their battered ship, the Argo, limping back towards a distant, unsuspecting Earth. The journey was long and silent. The psychic hum was gone. The sweet metallic scent was gone. The oppressive weight of Albright's constant, pervasive presence, a burden Lena had carried for so long she had almost forgotten what it was like to be without it, had lifted. It was an ending, a true, definitive ending to a war that had consumed their lives, that had taken so much, so many. But as Lena stared out at the star-dusted void, at the distant blue marble of Earth growing larger in the viewport, a new, unfamiliar feeling began to surface amidst the grief and exhaustion. Not peace, not yet, but a quiet, fragile, almost terrifying hope. Sarah was gone. Aris was gone. So many others. But they had not died in vain. They had bought the world not just another reprieve, but a genuine chance. A chance for silence. Chance for healing. A chance, perhaps, for humanity to finally, truly, walk in the sun, free from the ancient, hungry shadows of the deep. The Argo, its long, lonely vigil finally over, plotted a course for home. The silence of space, for the first time, felt not like a threat but like a promise.